Alrighty, hello, and welcome back. Oh, sorry, doing the morning setup stuff for the stream. Hey Nightmare, hey Anya, how's it all going? It's terrifying, so still, I'm stalking my prey, don't worry about it. I mean, what? Yes, hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. Getting the last couple of things sorted out, and then we will kick off with today. Okay. Oh. Computer, please work with me. Where are we at with that? Okay. That's done. Cool. Yeah. I think that's all that. Yeah, we're done. Alright. That's done, that's done, that's done, that's done. Ticking all of my boxes. I think we're good. The webmaster of your company, and over 1 year of being there, just recently learned that we have a third OVH account. Damn. It do be like that though. It do be like that. Oh, to be fair, there's probably accounts I didn't even know about when I worked. Right, just some shit that you just don't get told. Okay, that's all that done. That's all that done. Was that Batman pop up? Oh, did you see my desktop background for a split second? Do you want to see it? I don't mind. It's a meme that was made like a year and a half, 2 years ago by Devil. That's literally my, like you can see, this is my desktop background. I'm just gonna hide my screen for a split second. I turned some stuff off. Just some fringe programs that I keep forgetting to turn off. That aren't necessary for stream. There we go. Okay, where am I? Fringe programs? No, fringe. Fringe. The word fringe. Oh, damn it. It's 0 to date documentation. I made a freaking massive Excel sheet. Yeah. God damn it. No, it's because I have just some programs that I do need to have on startup for work reasons. But, like, for stream, they're not necessary, and they tend to tank enough performance collectively that if I remove it, it just gives us a little bit more overhead, right? Anyway, what am I drawing today? I don't have any plans on what I'm drawing today. This was a sketch from earlier, this was another sketch from earlier. Thought it would be kind of interesting to play around with the female version of the model again now that we've developed further with everything. And then I have one that I am working on of a friend. Hell, you're not slacking off? No, it's... I'm not going to explain some of the stuff that I've got, because again, some of it is proprietary and stuff, so I can't actually say it. But none of us that sort of shit. New cheer sketch? God, I'm fucking... I mean... Maybe. You're gonna have to give me a little bit, because I'm like... still in wake-up mode. And... I didn't eat much yesterday. So my brain's like very, very puddled at the moment. That's why I'm kind of glad we're doing art today. Art doesn't require as much like clear brain power, so you know. What time is it now? It is 7 AM. I wake up at like 5 AM typically, which I did today. I just didn't really wake up properly. Should have gone to sleep earlier yesterday. I mean... when did I go to bed? I actually went to bed at a fairly early time. It's just I keep having very broken sleep at the moment. Because illness. And also just generally the weather is terrible. So, you're gonna have to give me a moment while I do the wake up thing. Still got flu? Yeah. Like, understand the problem I have is that I am one of those people that, like, I don't get sick often. But when I get sick, like, a minimum of a week, maybe 2 weeks before I feel recovered. Like, I'm feeling a lot better, don't get me wrong, and it's because I'm partly spending a lot of my afternoon sleeping. Yeah, like, I think I went to bed at like 10 or 11 last night, which is on the slightly later side for me, but also considering that I slept for like 3 hours during the day, feels like it's a bit more. But yeah. It's nice having my body focus on like repairing itself for once. Instead of feeling like I'm falling apart. It's always good. Alright. Do I work on one of these pieces or do I work on something new? Oh yeah, I haven't shown the bug one that I'm working on as well. I've shown bug this point of it. A very quick sketch of it. I need to do some modifications of it. I'm still not quite happy with how I got the shaping. Don't feel it quite nails what I want to do with her design, but I saw a pose that I really liked, and then I just immediately clicked to the fact of like, oh, Bug was falling down all the fucking time. Why not do like a falling image of her? And these were the two that I sketched like in the half an hour before stream. Less than, I think. It was like, yeah, it was about the 20 minutes before stream started. These were what I sketched. Solid month. Last time it was 3 weeks. Migraines, lost my voice, yeah. No, it's something I've had since being a wee little fella. And I would always get like maliciously told off for it as well, especially by parent. The one on her back looks very lewd. You mean this one? I mean, sure, yeah. I guess it's probably the lewder of the lot, especially knowing that I've only done the body and no detailing, no nothing, so there's no outfit on it, there's no evidence of what it will be. I mean, now I'm starting to think you haven't seen some of the other art that I've done. To be fair, there's a Narissa piece that I'm working on, but I probably can't show that on stream. Hey, Shippy. Speaking of, yeah. I can't work on the Narissa one on stream because I want to make it a little bit more illicit, and if I make it illicit, I can't work on it on stream. Like, we have to understand the rules. Like, sure, it is a bunny outfit, but, like, it is skirting a line I'm not quite willing to spend too long on. I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be, like, again, welcome to how much work I have to do off stream, on a regular. Make a VH stream instead. I'll be advertising those kind of platforms here, though. I mean, to be fair, the Narissa one, I've done a little bit more work on it since I think I last showed, the sketch of it, but it's not much further along, because yesterday I was focused on a couple of other things. Apply the blur filter. I am not doing an art stream where 90% of it is a blur filter. Like, I can show stuff really quickly, if wanted, but, like, I can only show it quickly. Because if we make it a large-scale focus of the stream, I get in trouble. This is where the Narissa one's at. Anyway. So that's the one that I was working on, that I'm like, I can't work on that one on stream because it is a bunny outfit. It's specifically, to those that might not know, Narissa did a cover of the Hatsune Miku Rabbit Hole song, and I'm not gonna lie, so I already love that song a lot. I absolutely love Deco 27 and all of the Hatsune Miku songs they do. So hearing Narissa do like an English version of it and all that, I'm just like, yeah, I gotta do some art for her again. So I'm doing her in the outfit. That's what that is, which is why I'm like putting in so much excessive detail for it. Oh yeah, I was asked about this before as well, because I know Yawa keeps yelling at me for this. You know, a really fun fact about the art that I do, I know you kind of can't quite see it because it's getting a little clipped off the top of the thing. So this illustration is a 6000 by 8000 at a 600 DPI. In case you're wondering what I do like my art at currently, this is what I'm normally doing my art on. This is the canvas. All three of these are on the same canvas type. This one's just rotated, so it's the other way. And the fact that these are just called illustration and illustration 2 show that like they were literally sketched this morning. I actually genuinely think it was about 10 minutes per piece. Which is getting there. Getting better at my my sketch in the morning. To be fair, I say that, I immediately look at this arm and I'm questioning a lot of my own sanity. What in the unholy fuck did I do here? Wait, I need to fix this. What the hell is that? At least that's a little bit better, but it's still like that long shit. Also, I hope that music that just kicked in, that admittedly is on the louder side, but I might turn it down a bit, triggered a couple of neurons. Have a fun coding antidote? Okay, go for it. Man, I posted a fucking coding meme the other day that I don't think anyone understood it. Where was that meme? This one. Working on an AI project for school. I completed my class to hand the image set pre-processing. Yeah, no, this was funny meme. Basically had a collection of classes to handle each image. Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah. But yeah, no, to anyone that's wondering, do I need to explain this one? When I tried it on the big data set, my Docker container would just crash. Oh god. Yep. Hey, Sweep. Thought I'd join, but it was a boss battle. Don't worry, it's fine. Kinda want to work on this one, because I like the idea of playing around with the design a bit more. Load all images into memory when iterating on them for different Oh, you didn't have cache handled. Oh, show them what no, I mean, everyone can see what I made if they go to the YouTube, but I can show that really quickly, and I hate it, but I love it. So to those that don't know, yesterday, like while on the Discord, just chatting in the chat, I found a tweet of like a 3-second clip, like a quick second clip of Narissa laughing, and I sent it to Sheffy because I know Sheffy likes Narissa. I like Narissa, and needless to say, he downloaded the thing and he started playing it in several locations, and he would stream that. So you're just getting like this echo chamber of Narissa laughing. I'm giving this prefacing. I'm fully the cause of this occurring. So then I made this video. This is over on my YouTube channel because I'd put it together really quickly. I apologize. This is loud. Anyway, that's the summary of what happened. Anyway, so real for that, don't. My sins will not be forgiven. Since I already had copied my image transformer class, have a lazy loader, made them upload on save, and added a function that yields batches and saves them and uploads. Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, you just cache them, right? Like, that's probably the easiest answer for it. But yeah, damn. Loading that much kind of data at once. So that's what happened? Yeah, that's what happened. It was bad. It got really... I enabled Sheppy a little too much. I think I'm like... I don't think I'm not sure this is a proud statement, but I don't think anyone's got him off more than what I did to him last night. And that's not like me doing it, it's the actions I took. So I can't even like actually claim it as myself doing it. Anyway, let's draw this, this thing a little bit, because I'm actually, like, feeling the design of it a bit. I need, like, a new garden chair setup. I'm not gonna lie, I was like, I looked at that, and I think I mentioned at the time, it's like, I was slightly feverish. So I genuinely just, like, started going like, wait, what? And then started looking around in my room and double taking. And I'm like, oh, fuck, it's just AI. I was really out of it, man. But yeah, no, I am still getting used to the new chair. Figuring out how to sit in it comfortably. It's good. I've gotten better with it. Again, I still think it's gonna take me months, right? Okay, before I actually do get too far into this, what do we want me to work on? Want this one, which is gonna be the Fem Malith design with like some of the update logic that we've got for how we want to do it. So I'll probably figure out how to make a more demented smile. We've got this one, which I'll probably do as Iron Mouse, I'm gonna be honest. Iron Mouse or Melody. Or I work on the Bugs thing. Either way, I can tell you no matter what, Bugs one's getting done by the end of the day. It's the question of if you want to see one of these two worked on today. If this is going to be Iron Mouse, I'm going to have to reduce the hip size a little bit. I know that. If it's Melody, I'm going to have to increase the arm size. Like, I went very middle ground with the designs, okay? I'm not gonna lie, this one's just kind of hot to me. Don't reduce the thick. Look. You gotta understand, some characters work with certain things better. I mean, just look at what we've done with Mouse in the past. Not only does the YouTube thumbnail show, but like genuinely we can just pull up the old, yeah. Right? Even if the thigh is not thick, we can make it look juicy. Where's the other one? Yeah, the punk one. There we go. Wise words from a very wise man. I don't know if I'm happy with that statement. I'll take it, but I'm not sure I'm happy. Oh, God. Not gonna lie as well, I was tempted to just do Dishonored again today, but I'm like, I don't want to do 3 streams of Dishonored. 3 streams? Yeah, it's 3 streams of Dishonored into the collab tomorrow. I kind of want to just like vibe a bit today as well. Because, yeah, finally getting back to RVD yet. I'm very excited. Colleagues at work told me she wanted to take a break in her apprenticeship and move to New Zealand for a while. I started chuckling. Damn. I mean, New Zealand's a place. It is a place. It's fairly chill here at the moment, I have to say. Nothing too spooky. I've just been sent a TikTok from Noxy, and I'm questioning on whether or not I should play it on stream. Because I know Noxy, and there is a 50-50 chance I get banned for whatever this is. Do we want to take the chance? Do we like those odds? Be as far away from France as possible. Yeah, I mean, again, nobody likes the French, especially the French. It's just an objective fact. No racism, no nothing. It's just the case. Save me from myself. I'm losing it. I'm losing what I found. Oh, damn, it's not hard as fuck. If someone hears the shaking in my breath, don't let me fade. Don't let me feel what's next. I'm still here, but I'm not okay. Save me. Okay, so it's a really hard fucking spoiler. Oh yeah, it is a spoiler. A little bit. No, it's real fucking hard to edit. Okay, that makes sense. Also, I like, that's one of those ones where, like, if you're not up to that point in Star Rail, the promotional stuff would have killed you by now. It's kind of what's happened to me. I'm real behind on Star Rail, and promotional stuff has really ruined a lot of things, so I know what's coming. To be fair, most of it I fucking guessed, so it's kind of one of those like, well, at least I was right, but I would have liked to experience it. It's now I'm so far behind, I almost kind of need to just let it keep stacking so I can spend like 2 weekends on it. Watch a bit of brain rot anime. Fair enough. I need to get back to the anime I was watching at some point. I just haven't because I've not been eating much at the moment, and it's a series with a lot of cooking in it. So that's very dangerous. Be back before sleeps. All good, yeah. Catch you later. Oh. Actually, that's a question I'll put forward, like, fairly universally. Who else, if you're watching a series and it's got, like, cooking involved in it, do you get hungry as well? I'm, like, not the only one, right? I just realized this is supposed to be... Like, I feel like it's just the curse of those sorts of series. What did we have as the design last time for female Mela? What was the last kind of drawings that we did of her? I mean, there was the choking one. This was the last time we did something with her? And then we've got the more updated stuff to work with as well. What? Okay. Based on the male version that we've been using for thumbnails and stuff, what do we feel like would be her outfit? Because, like, the male's outfit, the male design outfit is very comfy-esque, very dapper in design. It feels like these are my, again, like, the design was based around, these are my favorite things from these times. Like, oh, I really like that no outfits weeb. We gotta do something. Like, what's an outfit that has a sense of practicality, but also would be, like, 100% someone that's lived for a really long time that wants to look beautiful and or sexy? Right? Like, I feel like that's an accurate way of describing the character design. Sense of what? Practicality. Like, this outfit is practical, but also, like, it's practical enough. If we pull back to, like, the main design we've got at the moment, what do we think is the best thumbnail to show it? I think, honestly, the Dishonored, the base Dishonored one's probably the best one for it. So, this design here. We've got practical travel boots, we've got pretty decent pants, but then we've got a very nice like jacket and a nice shirt and a fairly dress oriented stuff. Raccoon release today? Is it? I wouldn't know. I have not been paying attention with, like, up-to-date stuff. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it's been out for a couple of hours. Yeah, so what would feel like the feminine equivalent, or like the feminine equivalent of this design? Because we're probably gonna go with like the wrong one. The more like, I like the idea of doing the horns and the clawed stuff, so I'm gonna focus more on the, like, kind of what this one has, the deranged version of the design, right? For how much hype everyone had for Leon, that's a pretty silent release. I mean, I'm probably, again, not the right person to come to, because I don't pay attention to a lot of, like, updated releases, but the design, but with boobs. Fair. Can you imagine a long slit skirt from the bottom? Like the leashed one? You like this one? I mean, like, so this one was based off of the outfit I did for Christmas, if I remember correctly, for the designs. Which, I can't remember if this is, I think, this is the thing for it. Yeah. So that was what it was based off of, which was when I was trying to do, like, the jacket like what this model has. Dude, this screams puppet. What, me being a leashed bottom? Hey now. But like, yeah, so that was the design we kind of had before that I got away with a little bit because it was really bad and quick. I think I did this one in like a couple hours. It was not a great one to do. I think I spent more time on the eyes than I did on the rest of the design. Which, the best part is you don't even get to see how detailed the eyes are, because it's like zoomed out all the way to like that. That's what I had with the design that I used to inform this. But then we started doing the rework of the design. And this is where we ended up with like, kind of. Also, bug, wonder what this is. Anyway. Wonder what's getting finished by the end of the day. So yeah, it's what feels... Also, you guys want to see something? I don't know if I've pointed this out. But, so you know, there's a fun part about these thumbnails sometimes that bug me really, really hugely when I notice them, but I don't tell anyone. I don't paint everything correctly and done perfectly well. And what I mean by all of this is like, so you can see it's like, oh yeah, we've got the design. See-through. I missed that spot. You can't really see it unless it's really pointed out to you. But like, yeah, I messed that up. That's on me. Roughly this / hide also kind of matches the male design in my mind. Do that all the time. I'm normally really good about not doing it. Because I normally, what I do, especially with a lot of the pieces, I can't remember, did I do it in this one? Yeah, I did it in this one. If I take this layer away, I actually have these layers, right? Underneath. So I do have like grayscaled out layers. What's a more recent example where I do like the full thing? I guess the newest Dishonored one has it, where I just, time to go bold. Is that how it goes? Like in this one, behind this screen is this, and behind that is obviously the default white. And that's how I kind of know whether I've messed it up or not a bit better. I find a color that isn't on this color scheme at all, and use that as the background. Sometimes I delete it, sometimes I don't. I knew I didn't do it with the Dishonored one. But yeah, it's really hard to like decide a good outfit design for it, because like I started doing again like the business-esque outfit that's very show cleavage a little bit with it, but that's all I've done so far. Well, sketching it. I'm trying to think, because it's like this has gone less business-esque in a sense and more like regal by design. And that's why, like, I kind of agree with the argument, like, it should probably be a more intense dress, but also, I have the question of how practical is a dress that goes any length at all? Because that was the point we made with this design, is like, for the most part, he's tracking in, like, he could be tracking in mud. That's why his boots are that way. They're practical boots. I know I'm putting way too much work, by the way, into this thought process, and I'm like making it much more difficult than I need to. But these are the things that I think about. Right? Like, okay, I'm gonna pull back for this for a moment. An example. I can't show the reference image I have at the moment for Bug, because I can't show that. But like, for example, the little antenna that Bug have, right? They're flying backwards. Why are they flying backwards? Well, that's because currently Bug's plummeting to the fucking ground in this image. Why would they be straight up? They wouldn't be straight up. That's not how that works. It's also why the collar thing is like thing. What reference do you have? It's one of the references you sent me. That's why I'll leave it at that. Want to see a spider? I mean, sure. I've got plenty of spiders around my room. I like me and my spiders. No, Bug, legitimately, I'll flick you an image of like what one of my screens looks like. Which is why, again, I'm playing a very dangerous game. But like, this was probably one of the better references I had for specifically what I was trying to do from what you've sent me. That's why I'm like, I'll leave it at that. I play a very dangerous game with my references on my other screen sometimes. It's safe, though. I love Spider-Man, yeah. Image on the bottom part. Where do I send it? Just either flick it on the server or flick it in DMs. Yeah, no, you see what I mean though, Bug? Where I'm like, yeah, I can't show that one. Where are the references? Finally, Womalith. Yeah, this is me, like, going, I kind of want to play around with the female design. Because, okay. It may have just popped up in the corner. It may have. I closed it nearly immediately. Yeah, it's fine. There's a reason why I used to, like, like, cover this section of the screen. Anyway. We won't look too hard at it. No, I wanted to work on the female Malith design because each time I kind of alternate between the two designs, I come up with stuff for the other design. Like, for example, the horns in this, I've come up, like, I kind of just threw them together, and I'm like, damn, these horns look fucking hot. I love these horns. Maybe I can adapt that onto the other model. Have a... yeah, sweet. But very naked. Hell yeah. I mean, at the moment, this one's kind of there. You barely see the outfit being sketched over the top. Welcome to how the illustrations... I mean, look, Bug, I had this earlier. This was one of the sketches I did before stream, because this sketch, admittedly, I've done a little bit work now on stream. But this sketch and this sketch I did in about the 20 minutes before stream. And, like, people going like, whoa, that's really lewd. I'm like, that's literally just the raw model design. I've not put outfit on it. I might put a dress on. I might put pants. I don't know. But we've not got it yet. And it's one of those moments where I realize the sheer difference in how my brain works and how, like, the next person works, right? Because it's just... like, I don't see that as lewd because I see that as a sketch. But I get people seeing it as lewd, right? And using references can be. Oh yeah, no, again, I'm not gonna show too much, but like, again, so this has references for about 3 different projects at the moment. This is my tabs for my references. I'm not gonna show them because some of them literally are, and I'm not kidding, sexy anime girl bunny outfit is a Google search. And I'll let you, like, realize how dumb this is. It's great times. It's great times. Right. Ooh, I see what you mean, Sweeb. Ooh, I fucking like that. That's actually kind of what we should do. Right, let me pull that up and I'll show that to people. Open link. I have to zoom out. There we go. This is what Sweeb just sent me. And I kind of agree. Yeah, you can literally see, like, Narissa Ravencroft, Narissa thing. Miku Rabbit Hole Narissa. I'm gonna not, like, hover over some of the other ones, but yeah. No, I actually really like that idea. That works with the design really well, and the philosophy of it. Okay. Because you know what it reminds me a lot of? Just, like, why I'm even more, like, neurons activated, fully agreeing. How is it actually? It's just that. Okay. It really reminds me of Missy. Like, almost that kind of, like, the shoulders and all that sort of stuff. When I draw a sketch, it takes like an hour. Well, I mean, again, do not take this as, like, tooting horn or anything like that. This sketch and this sketch, admittedly, again, alterations have been done during stream for this, being done in 20 minutes total, so 10 minutes each. I have to do that, right? For job reasons. Like, sketching this in about 10 minutes, like, you could sit there and go, that's really good for 10 minutes. Like, this was me waking up and I'm like, I have to practice before stream starts so I don't look like a complete moron. And that sort of stuff. I'll always stress this to anyone that tells me about art-related things, of like, your art's so much better. It's like, my art may be considered better in some ways, but my art comes from me constantly practicing on a near day-to-day basis. Anyone gets better when you keep practicing and reviewing your own work. Anyone. In fact, there's an argument to be made that I can do in retrospect of myself, which is, I actually progress rather slowly. The neck feels off? Oh yeah, the neck is very off at the moment. I couldn't get the shoulder and the neck to sit in a way that I was happy with. You can actually see I've erased where the shoulder was, moved it, because where it was before was where the neck would make sense. Now it would probably be more along the lines of like here. Yeah? That looks better. Alpha Kenny 1? What? But yeah, like that's what again, I'd also probably hide a lot of that neck with hair, realistically. It's kind of why I probably look for a longer hair character for it, because it's just, there's such an awkward angle to draw a fucking neck at. Welcome to why I draw the poses I do. Right? Because, end of the day, I'm gonna be very open about this. Very open. This is... I really suck at a lot of things in drawing. Why do I do the poses I do? It's because it hides a lot of it. Genuinely. This one here. I'm gonna question you guys. How long is the right bicep? How long is the right bicep in this, like that upper arm area? How long is that? If she was to put her arm to the down, like as it is there, her elbow would be nearly mid-hip. Now, you can really, like, tell that without doing a little bit of analysis, could you? Nor will you probably be able to tell once I cover it over a little bit more and have clothing to help accentuate this area here so you couldn't see a lot of it, right? I'll probably have some clothing stuff that branches this gap here, so it makes it harder to tell. But ooh, that's a big spooter, Shippy. Ooh. Also, the other one that bugs me a lot, right, is I can't seem to get this leg to fit right. I've moved it a bunch already. You pointed it out, it does look too long, but it overall looks okay. And you think of the shoulder too, you think of the lower part, visible. Yeah, again, like, it's one of those things where, like, there are so many things that are wrong in any given drawing. This is one of the parts that I actually feel the most mean about whenever I look at other people's drawings, is I see those tiny things that are wrong, right? Sometimes. But at that same time, I'm like, it doesn't matter, because they're so insignificant, and they just... The biggest thing you'll ever learn in art, genuinely, is that you don't see everything. Also, welcome back, yeah? And if your audience doesn't see everything, you can design in a way that means that it accentuates certain things and utilizes that incorrectness. Again, this utilizes it by, like, really making you focus more on the face and the hand. Like, 100%, that's where your eyes are going to get drawn. Now, admittedly, at the moment, your eyes also might be drawn to the chest, because that is actually a lot more detailed out, because I have actually started working on that and sketching that further. So it has a lot more darker lines, so your brain's going to automatically reach to that. But, like, again, I'm probably going to erase this bit here, because that's actually supposed to be the elbow. Yeah, that was the elbow. Whereas, like, arguably speaking, especially if I make this not clear, so this orb, this looks fine. You could argue that, like, the elbow is down here, and it's like arm come down here, and then arm come up here. And that would be fine. Anyway, I need to pull up that reference art again of the outfit, because I really like the idea of that. How far am I from being able to get Twitch bits and subs? Is it partner or affiliate for that one? I actually don't know, because I did look the other day. Where do I look at it again? It's... achievements, I believe, is where I need to look. Because I think I wasn't too far away from one of them. There you go. That's your answer. That's literally it. Yeah. I have no hesitation in showing a lot of this kind of information because it doesn't, like, me hiding this info doesn't change anything. There's nothing here that's also jeopardizing me, so. Yeah, it's apparently a minimum of 3 average views on 4 different days. That's literally the only requirement. How goes the art? I mean, we're gonna get there. I like it. I'm gonna play around with this a lot. I do need to get the design going. Partner, though, is nutty what you have to do. 6 streams on 6 unique days with an average of 75 viewers. And then 6 streams, yeah. Like, that's insane of a accomplishment. So yeah, no, anyone that hits partner, congrats to them. But yes, part to affiliate. It's very easy for me to tick most of the boxes. The problem is I actively have like the worst for dealing with averages because I stream so fucking much that it's quite easy for it to get buried any average that I have. Right? Okay. Reference image. There you are. I might actually download this and have this in my little sub-view. Can I just save it as is? Yes, I can save it as a PNG. Cool. What is this music? This is the one that I just did? Yeah. Okay. Try to use Twitch to get those numbers up for you. I mean, look, I don't mind either way, personally. To each their own. Like, it's whatever platform feels more comfortable and more enjoyable for one person to be on is what they should use. I don't mind either way, right? Easier to have higher CCV average if the streams are shorter. Never thought of that. Yep. Yeah, no, if I didn't stream like 4 or 5 times a week for something close to 5-7 hours on average, I would probably have really good stats. Because I stream longer than a lot of you guys stay up for. And that's fine. I don't mind. I stream for as long as I stream. I stream from 7 AM to noon, typically. So it's a solid 5-hour of that. I can't get the time to stream again. It's been a couple of years. It's really hard to set aside the time for it for some people. For better or worse. And it's not saying that it's like a good or a bad thing. It's just how it works. Usually do mine 3-4 hours. I think I did 3 hours was my normal number for a long time. Then I did the big week-long marathon where I didn't stop streaming for an entire week, going to bed and stuff like that while stream was running. And I think at the end of that, one of my retrospectives I said was like, I have now realized I can stream for a lot longer than I thought I could without much issue. I just need to, like, set myself up a little bit better, which I don't at the moment, but that's because I've now gotten into the habit of streaming for longer periods of time. So now it's less resources, like, it's less resource intensive for my body to handle a 5-hour stream, nowadays, by comparison. But admittedly, like, I just had some water there, but I haven't eaten since yesterday, and I didn't eat much yesterday. And I haven't had, like, a coffee or anything. So, I'm definitely, like... I could definitely use something. But it is what it is. I'm not ordering a coffee. I really wish I could, but I really don't have the money. Okay, So how do we feel this is gonna fall over the knees, this dress? This is the question I'm gonna put forward right now. So using this dress as an idea, it has the slit on one side. Do we want to move the slit to the onto the left leg, or keep it on the right leg and then figure out a way that it would come over? Because I feel like on average I typically see the slit on the left leg, on the right leg, sorry, I should say, like what the leg it is on at the moment. I feel like I normally see those sorts of slits on that side, so I feel like it's got to be how does this go? I need to probably make a new layer. Get sleepy after 2 to 3 hours of stream, but I'm doing it after work. See, that's a big thing. Right there, you've explained one of the biggest parts of why I fully understand that. Is that, yes, some people come into this after work, and like, if you're coming in after work, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I woke up, I was awake for like a couple hours, and then I started doing this. I feel like it would be here then. Because like, I feel like I don't want to hide the leg. I feel like it's going to come over the leg. Maybe a bit further back down, potentially. I feel like that's there. So might try moving this further down the leg. Ooh, that's starting to get a little too saucy. Probably there. I think that's like the safe zone. Not too saucy, not too reserved. And knee-high boots. Sauce. Since I was on my 80th mids, finally understand what normal exhaustion when doing the same thing is, yeah. That would be like that, and then yeah, so it's definitely corset design. I agree with that fully. So corset design would have here. That. I'll deal with the petticoat later. I think that's definitely something that is a later issue. I think we can probably do. It was. What do we think? How reserved do we want to kind of maintain with it? I don't know if I really want to go too reserved, but I feel like this would probably be the spot where that comes in. Right here, we get there, to there. So go there. Not gonna really any point where we're gonna see the shoulder. I think this is the only spot where we might see a shoulder, so I'll just put that there. Be able to get treatment in France. It's only been a couple of years since it's possible to get it. Yeah, no, I mean, here in New Zealand, it costs an arm and a leg to even get looked at for it. Like, there's a reason why I've just not bothered. Like, the amount of people that I know that are like, oh no, we've got it, and you've definitely probably got something going on up there. I'm like, that's cool. Doesn't change enough of my life to really warrant it. But yeah, it's also like, I'm not going to spend a few grand just to find out. Oh, you know what? Again, using Missy in this design as an example, I actually really like I don't know what it's called, but it's that, like, handkerchief thing on the, from the throat. I actually do like the idea of that in this given context. Because I feel like it's going to give her very much, like, a vampiric count vibe, right? Show a little bit of skin in that spot. How scandalous. I say when she's, like, showing bare leg. So something along those sort of lines. So then there's kind of also the sub dress there. And then we're going to probably have a drop-off point here, because that'll be where she's sitting off of. Here it's cheap, thanks to healthcare, but it's so much paperwork and waiting times. Yeah, no, over here, it's like, while we have paid for healthcare and stuff like that, it is, no, you are spending out of pocket for it at this stage. And it is lots and lots of money. It is genuinely one of those, like, it's an amount of money that you have to be, and I'm saying this very nicely, you have to be really ADHD'd or autistic or along those sorts of lines to even justify it. Because if you're, like, kind of, and you can get away with not having, like, medication on a regular basis and stuff for it, it's actively bad for you to try and put in that much time and effort for finding out. Had to go through. You're right with that point. Like, that's the weakness that it has here in New Zealand, specifically. Again, can't speak to other countries on this, because speaking to another country's medical system is a dangerous, dangerous thing. I don't know, is the short answer. But it is an interesting one with that stuff. Something along those sorts of lines. So let's set up a better sketching point. So we're going to put you two into a folder. Then I'm going to modify the folder. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's one thing that it doesn't change enough of my life, I think, to get medication for it. I'm very hyper-focused on my tasks. I tend to be able to balance my life well enough, so clearly none of it's substantial enough. Probably just funny tism touches. The tism touch, exactly. I mean, I literally handed Noxie a thing at one point that's, was a joke of, like, it's a touch of tism. I think it was, the pin that I gave her at one point. It's like so many of our friend group come under that category. It's just a touch of tism. Sure, that's how I'm gonna do those, because we are doing the more intense style, so I'll probably do a little bit sharper in a bit, but... that's not quite right, is it? Okay, let's just try. Probably close off then. And then the eye would be... That? I feel like it's angled further down. It's a bit closer. A cheesy touch. A quick coffee and ban the flavored energy drinks. Damn. To be fair, and this is probably, again, I want to stress, this is, do not do as I say. I'm a dumb person. But one of the things I do that is very bad, I have a lot of foods and things that I'm supposed to be avoiding for both, mainly medical reasons, right? I totally avoid them, definitely. And coffee and energy drinks are definitely an example of that, exactly, right? It's like, why Noxie yells at me whenever I have them. My heart is bad, right? My heart is very bad. I should not be having things that affect my heart in any way. But, also, I don't care. I still drink coffee. Yeah. So I should have decaf. I probably should. But also, I'd have to go buy that. I can't do that right now. Yeah, I can just not take the meds during the week and draw coffee then. Fair. I mean, I'm just a dumb person. Tell you what, I'll consider doing decaf the moment I get, like, a jug to boil my own hot water out here and have my own coffee set up in here. Which, in case someone's gonna question, oh, so how long will that be? And it's like, well, first of all, PC needs to be done. Second of all, I want to get a mini fridge so I can have that near me where I can have drinks and snacks there. So I don't have to put my, like, food and all my stuff in the fridge out in the garage. So I don't have to go out of my room, go into the garage, come out of the garage, come back to my room all the time. When I just want to grab, like, a quick sip of something. Something that it genuinely does frustrate me a little bit. And then I'll put the kettle on top of that. So I just need to sort all of that out first. Just a little bit of stuff. Moving in the garage. I mean, I'm living off of the garage, right? It's literally, it's not a far walk or anything. It's just like, when it's a hot day, for example, and call this TMI if you wish, I don't tend to wear much other than, like, my underwear to walk around, because you can get buggered if you think I'm going to wear much more. So I typically have my, my curtains closed so I don't scare the people I live with or the neighbors. However, keeping that in mind, it does mean that I have to, like, oh, I need to go get a drink as well. Put pants on, put a shirt on, go out there so I don't look like that one video of, that meme video of XQC on the security camera, where it's him walking around and it looks like a skinwalker. Bug, are these safe to listen to on stream? Might be my spirit animal. But yeah, so I want to get a mini fridge-ish thing that I could probably get for like a couple hundred. Like, genuinely, I think $200 is the most I need to spend. Ugh. And then I'd have that. Like, again, I cannot stress, if it wasn't for, one, especially the chair at the moment, and two, wanting to save up for my PC, I could probably do it in, like, a couple weeks. Save for stream? Okay.
Speaking of garage, I told Beb about this, by the way, because he got into a conversation about, like, how you pronounce things differently, on his stream one day.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, you say garage. Garage. Can you guess where that's from?
Garage. I have no guess. Hello, Bug. This isn't Bug speaking, by the way. This is audio messages Bug has sent to me. Garage. I have no idea where garage is from.
So I know 3 ways to say it. Garage, garage, and garage.
To be fair, fun fact about New Zealand, we have 2 names for it, and depending on which island you're from, we know which, like, we know what island you're from when you are asked. I'm trying to remember. It's either garage or... What is the other term for it that we get? It's not carport. Carport's something different. It's something, but there's a specific set of two phrases that are used for describing the same thing, but like depending on if you're from the North Island or the South Island, you call it differently. I can't remember what the South Island call it, because I know it's different, because I'm North Island, right? I can't remember. It's something, though. In French, is a Pierre, so everything's named Pierre. Goddamn. You know what the, like, joking at the garages is reminding me of? Is that one, and I can't remember what it's who it was. But it's like, the advertisement at the end of Buffy. The, and then the one episode where they did the musical. Your browser's being weird. It's like trying to type, but it tries to do things like pull up a search bar. Have you accidentally toggled something on? Or are you like leaning on something? Is my first thought. Because like I have macros on my mouse that screw me up. I have to be really careful about this. I'm going to turn on one of the macros. Now, you can't probably tell, but this is a lot of very fast clicks. Then get rid of all of that. I don't know if this is going to do anything visible. No. That one is a really old macro from when I played Minecraft or something. But yeah, this is my auto clicker one. Like, this is clicking. This isn't drawing. And it's clicking fast enough that it's thinking it's a drawing. Like a solid line that's being drawn. That should tell you everything you need to know how quickly that is pressing. Cookie Clicker never stood a chance. And the amount of times I'll accidentally hit one of those macros, it's like, oh boy. No, the Minecraft macro I have is, and this says a lot about, I believe it's called the Red Sword or something, from Equivalent Exchange, the most modern version of it that I played of it. It had the insta-kill all mobs in an area hotkey tied to I. I'm pretty sure. Now you could change it to kill all hostile or all entities. But that's why if I pull up Notepad, this is potentially gonna lag a little bit. If we click here, and then I click this. No, it just doesn't want to do it. Okay, that's fair enough. Point is, I had it tied to that so it would do it at exactly timing. Reboot PC and now on phone. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, no, I was like wondering, it's like if it's doing something like that, that reminds me of like a key being pressed when it's not supposed to be or something. I mean, the amount of times my mouse jibs out and I'm like, what's going on? Look over and see that the pen is on the drawing tablet and I'm like, ah. One of these days I'll get, like, a better drawing tablet, I swear. Yeah, that makes me feel things. Alright, that's the kind of look you get when you know you're fucked up, but you kind of go like, I'm about to dive into a really good time. It's a bad idea, but damn, is it gonna be a good time. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I mean. We all like women that are very bad for us. It's like, why we love Narissa. Oh, that's not it. No, a good time. I mean, I'm just reminded of something I think I posted recently that just summarizes the thought. Let me see if I can find it. Because it was really just, it just summarizes my thoughts on that matter. Where be the meme? Surely it's not that far back. Was it a meme? I feel like I posted it in memes. The one with the person diving into the tentacles. This is too far back, surely. Did I not, like, send that somewhere? I can't remember. Hey, Siri, how's it going? Point is, it was literally, like, a 4-panel thing of, like, guys here in, they've just come out of the wedding. Partner there on the bed. In the dress, sitting there, opens up the dress, and the dress opens up to tentacles. Lots and lots of tentacles and a very evil face. And then it's just the guy jumping out of his clothes. Right at the scenario. Like, full diving in, and I'm like, that's my man. Like, it's... I'm reminded of a meme I know on my computer somewhere of... It was Draven interacting with Belveth. Draven and Belveth. That's Delvith, not Belveth. Belveth. I'm sure I can find the name. Why did it come back to tentacles? Why wouldn't you? Would you expect anything less? Come on, Sweep. While that's loading, get a little bit more of this done. Oh. Okay. Surely the meme will turn up quickly. Google, work with me. Oh, I can find the meme, but it's in several parts. Surely I can just go to the x.com link though, and I'll find it. The x.com, also known as Twitter by everyone that's not a degenerate. What? You didn't hear that from me. I did hear a joke the other day that made me chuckle of just like, the platform Twitter, or ever since Elon Musk took it over, better known as Twitter. Okay, here we go. This is the meme I'm talking about. Also, I think the music ended. Let's just restart it. Go infield. Do us a solid. So this is the meme here. This summarizes way too many people. One, I know, and two, myself. Okay? Oh. Kissing booth. What do we have here for Draven? Huh? Weirdly hot, babe. Hello. You're ready to pucker up for the Draven? I sure am. Jackpot. Hell yeah, brother. Look, I stand by. You send me any like tentacle hentai stuff, this is my face. This is an honesty corner. This is honesty's corner. That's me. Draven do be freaky though. Yes, I agree. Have I ever sent you the Draven nipple blades gif? I don't think you have, but I know I've seen it. Don't underestimate how deep I was in that community for a while. And God, I regret it. No, I regret my time thinking about League of Legends. I truly do. Spent all those years to get good at a game that I absolutely despise by my core now. Fucking imagine. Sag old man knows stuff. Yeah. Sag old man does know stuff. It's not stream safe, it's art. Oh boy, I can't wait. Let's see. Hell yeah! Yeah, that's not stream safe. Jackpot. Now this is when I make the whole thing. It's like, oh no, I really don't like that kind of art. You could bully me with that art and I would not know what to do. No, don't send me that kind of art. Puts like fingers together and like the cutesy thing. The little like the goalpost like you know what I'm talking about, right? The like fingers together like this. Oh no, don't send me. Ow, I'm poking myself with my nail. Yeah, cut that. To be fair, I'm like... Okay. Little bit of like... little bit of introspect into Malice Brain. I am genuinely, if I didn't feel like every week was a struggle and I didn't have to do commission work, I would probably sit down and do like hentai, like a real hentai thing. Laid off half the devs just after season 1 didn't make. Oh yeah, I did hear a bit about that. Well, okay. I do want to stress, I understand reallocation and like moving around. Like the project's done, so the project's done. Keep that in mind, as that has to be a consideration when you're talking about that stuff. But yeah, no, I'm not too happy with a lot of the stuff that Riot's been doing for a while. I mean, I stand by my statement of the moment it started going a little bit too sideways at one point for me, and then Vanguard being involved was why I refused to reinstall. Like, you'd have to do a lot to convince me to bring me back to that to Riot games. I don't really want to get involved with it anymore. Like, I loved playing ARAM when, like, the game modes with friends, and that's probably the best bet you'll ever have of getting me to come back to those games. But, like, that's still a fairly low chance, all things considered. You know, I've talked about androgynous styling before, right? How wrong is it me that I'm looking at this and I'm just like, with a little bit of work, this could just genuinely be the design. Because, like, that fucking face has me, like, melting more than I should be. They said they wanted to add more characters. Well, I mean, like, keep in mind on the, like, the falseness of development side, right? Like, front-facing development, there's a lot more that's done. You wanted to be B. I mean, it's androgynous typing is my type. I can't deny. It's just something about the ability to wear whatever the hell you want. Really, really nice. So you a guy or a girl? I feel like this today. A feminine outfit or masculine outfit. So I think it was Sheppy sent me something the other day that's like a meme about like, you're given $3,000 a month, but like every month you swap gender. Would you do it? You can choose to stop, and when you stop on the gender you want to, and you stay as that one, but you can't reapply for a year until like a year later. Would you do it? And I'm just like, the fuck you mean stop? Like, people going like, oh, I'd do it because like the money's really good and I'll just hide for the months that I'm not. It's like, no, I would love that. Dude, 3,000, especially if we're talking USD, even NZD is more than enough money for me to live off in a month. Like, more than enough. I'd live like a king if I was living off just 3,000 like New Zealand dollars. If it was 3,000 US dollars, I could buy a house with that kind of money. I'd be quite the short king. I mean, to be fair, there is the fear of, like, if I turn into a female version of myself, what do I end up as? Because, like, I'm a big, broad individual, like a big, broad-shouldered individual. I'm quite tanky, basically. What does that translate to as a feminine version? Now, I have seen what the women of my family look like. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. There is a chance I would turn into a total babe. Just saying. Right? I hate my family, but, like, enough of it is good looking that I'm like, okay, that's fair. Tanky woman? Yeah, there's always a chance. But it's something that I do find, like, mildly funny. Is like, I sit there and I'm like, no, I'd take that deal in a heartbeat. What do you mean? Like, the money alone justifies it. The fun of being able to swap between it all. And, like, all that. Now, admittedly, part of the rules were it swaps every 30 days. You don't know when it swaps. It will swap at some point in the day, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, that's fine. I see absolutely no issue with that because I don't go outside that much. And then I would just go, cool. There is like a 2-3 day period of time where I would just go like, I'm just gonna not do stuff. I'm gonna wear the most baggy clothing I can. So if I swap to the other one, we're set. Just go look at the mirror and go hee hee pee pee. Very mature. Oh, look. There is no denial that there would not be a part of me just going to the mirror and just jumping up and down a little bit, right? Like, right? Like, we're honest on this one. I can do that right now, even. But that's beside the point. Boopa. Poke poke. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones where I'm just like, I don't know many people that would say no. Especially for $3 grand a month. Like, holy shit. The only people I feel like that would say no to that, I do know, are like, and I respect them for this, are very straight. And even then, he would probably, like, the main straight guy I think of all that, he'd probably still say yes for a couple months. And 2, he also works and gets more than enough money for it. So, he doesn't need the money. The only other guy I can think of is... yeah, no, like, I don't think there's anyone I know that wouldn't take that offer. Now, that either says a lot about the friendships I've made, or... Now, what if I add the rule that you always keep the PP? I'd see no problem still. I don't care either way. I've said before, my ideal body type is androgynous for a reason, right? I want to be able to wear all outfits and have fun. Become like bruh instead of us. Hey bro! How's it hang? Is it, oh god, I've got to deal with this for 30 days. Bob gonna be like... Did I just get... What? I was gonna say, and what did I do now? Response. ultimate fanboy. I would. If my body type allowed for it, I would. This is not up for discussion. This is just an absolute fact of the case. Like, this is unjokingly something I've talked about with a few people now. Is that, like, given the chance, I would do that, but also I can't. My body type will not allow for it. I'll stay away from chat today. What? We're just talking about... It's... Yeah, cover your eyes a little, Yawa. Don't worry, we're just... in very bit above men cosplaying Rim and Ram. I mean, that's cool. And I respect... There's that one guy that does, like, cosplaying maid outfits. And he looks awesome in it. And I fully am envious of that. I'll do that one day. Maybe. But hey. We're just talking about and proceeds to crash because he knows very well. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't have any room for work. I have no workaround on this one. Finally doing non-fan art. Well, it's technically fan art of myself. Because, you know, I only have, and this is, funnily enough, like, 2 pieces of not me fan art, I think. Finished fan art. I do know there's a little bit in the thing. Because I know Sweep did a little Christmas thing, and Bug's done the little dinosaur thing. Wait, did I have to put nail polish on a minute ago? So difficult to type? Why did you do the nail polish like that? No, you gotta wait. Admittedly, the amount of times I've done nail polish before having to, like, do some... I think the worst I've ever done is now, like, done my nails up, and then I had to go do dishes. Use your nose? There you go, Yawa. You just use your nose. Well, so yeah, aren't you supposed to be streaming in, like, 4 minutes, Yawa? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Actually, no, that's even another point. Wait, no. You did your nails, like, 10 minutes before stream. Unsheath the Kiwi accent. Get out of here. The hell you doing, boy? No. Hey, mate. Mate. The hell you doing? What you doing here, mate? Mate. Get. She'll be right. Okay, actually, can I just say something that does make me chuckle a little bit? I still say, like, she'll be right to people. I wonder if y'all handle what that is. Because, like, that is one of the most, like, quintessential Kiwi phrases that exists. I cannot stress that enough. Like, it is nearly inseparable as yeah, nah, yeah, right? Which is saying yes, by the way. If you ever hear me say yeah, nah, yeah, that is a yes. But then, like, you've got yeah, nah, right? Like, which is no, but contemplation. Do you have kiwi birds in your area? No. I mean, they are an endangered species, and we don't really have... Are they super common? No, they are very uncommon. They are a very endangered species with, like, numbering in, I think, the hundreds of maybe thousands of, like, left in the wild. Pook geckos are a little bit more common. Kia's not so much. I think Kia just recently came off the full endangered and is on, like, the middle endangered species. I also don't live near bush, right? That's where kiwis would be. I have seen kiwis a couple of times in my life, but it's normally at a zoo. And very rarely, because keep in mind, the zoos have to accommodate to them. We actually do try and make the effort, for the most part. So, unless you go at night, you're not going to see them, because they're actually a nocturnal species. So I've actually stayed at a zoo for, like, school trips a couple times, because that's a fairly common school trip over here. Stay at a zoo overnight, and we did see them there. Not many people got to see them though, because, like, it was a very limited time in a very small space. Their enclosure. Like, you have to walk through a building basically for it, and, like, whoop, you're not gonna see them for very long. There's a lot of bush in that area. Why would I use the circle tool? That would make this so much easier. And I can just draw a circle and it look rough as hell. Right, guys? But no, pook geckos I've seen on the roads and stuff. Admittedly, I've seen on the roads in different states of being alive. Again, what do you expect from being on, like, a country road? Insane. But there is one small creator that would consider an insanely interesting artist. Cane Pixels. Okay, I might have a check at them later. Get the name written down. I'm always curious about art stuff, so. Ooh, I just remembered that my notes are currently very lewd. Did a small CG series for the back rooms? Oh, interesting. Let me use this as my promo. Just so I get all the stuff that I've done correctly. There we go. Basically, Backrooms Guy's movie is hitting theaters soon. Oh, that person. I do know about them. That's cool that they were getting there with it. That's awesome. Dude, I love when people can go, like, get their stuff done in theaters. That's awesome. That's why I was, like, real happy with what happened with Markiplier. Did a really good job on that. I haven't watched the movie yet, admittedly. I do need to watch it at some point. Okay, got that. It's an original work rather than adapting an existing concept. Yeah, not fair. I'll keep that in mind. And then we're into the actual two-dress part that I talked about earlier, where there's one that's a short dress, short like cloth part around. Fully open up the front. And then the actual rest of the dress. These were boots, right? We kind of wanted the riding boots design, is what this kind of had on it. Okay, so it's kind of like chaps that like protect against thing, and then it's boots further down. Do I do knee-high boots or do I do the chaps? Like knee chaps. Pokemon 30th anniversary. I know, I have such mixed feelings of it because I'm just like partly my brain's going like fuck, it's been 30 years. Dude, I still remember playing Pokemon Blue, man. I still remember playing Pokemon Blue. It's been so long. It's been so long. Okay, what are we thinking so far with this? Again, it's very, very early stage still with all of the thing. And obviously I need to do like the other knee and shine. I feel like I need to do the knee-high boots. I'm thinking knee-high boots work the best for it. I'm thinking I need to do some more definition with the outfit, but I'm liking this, yeah. I also do think that I don't know what it's called, the necked, like, napkin. I liked it. Okay, knee-high boots. What kind of knee? So it's gotta be like riding boots, right? I would say it's gotta be like riding boots with a little bit of heel on the bottom, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Neckerchief? Is that what? Honestly, that could be what it's called. Riding boots. That's balls, not boots. There we go. More, move like announcing Pokemon champions come after. Cease and desist Pokemon shut down. God, I would fucking lose my shit if that was the case. Yeah, like, kind of along the lines of this one, right? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That, not as heavy of a heel as those, obviously, but like that kind of idea. Because riding boots have it so they go up to next to the knees, but like we do want to have it a little bit stylized so it has a little bit of heel to it. Not, again, going to be able to show that in this design at all. But that idea, I think, would be kind of what we're looking at with it. Something along those sort of lines. Right there. And then we've got the hair that comes down here as well. Gotta do this a little bit cleaner. There. Okay. What does this look like now when we remove the back end? Are we missing anything in particular? A little bit of detailing around the face. Nothing really else that's missing? Yeah, that leg still looks too short or small, right? Nintendo Direct, no one comes to bother me. Yeah. Ooh, that's an interesting one, Sweep. Ooh. Interesting. I mean, yeah, like, it's gotta have belts on it. This is fantasy. It has belts on it for whatever fucking ungodly reason, right? Something like that. Bit of an addition to it all. Kind of gives an idea that, like, something at the front to protect the shin there. No, I do feel like I gotta do a little bit of the shoulder stuff. Right. Okay, how do we want to do the smile? Is going to be my question, because how demented do we want to actually make the smile? Now, the example that we have for that is, like, do we want to go for, like, this sort of thing? Because I absolutely still love this smile, and that's why I'm really happy that we toss it into this design as well. I don't think I did it quite as well. I think there's some aspects of this design that could have been done a little bit better. But I do think that, like, the smile still works really well. I think it worked better here, though. Which tells me that I need to make the face a little bit thing. A little bit shorter. Because this was me trying to make it a bit longer. Again, this one actually felt better because it was slightly shorter. No teeth, just void. Nah, we gotta have, like, it's more the question of how we're gonna do, like, the sides of the lips, because we could do this again. But I don't think that quite works as well by comparison. I think I'd need a little bit more work if I was to do it like that, because I've got a smaller mouth that I'm working with here. But I think that this is like the right kind of smile energy. We could even just do that. Oh god, that we could do that. Oh, we could do that, huh? We really could do that. Oh, we really could do that, huh? Oh, we really could do that, huh? Oh, yeah, we're doing that. We're doing that. Just Mal's really enjoying himself. Dude. Just doing my best. Oh. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I really like that a lot. So where does this sit me at? Looks like I'm mostly safe. Cool. Let's do this ordering right. So we'll do... Technically, that's actually the only... That and these are the only skin showing. So, alright, there we go. Loves y'all. Gonna go eat something. Drinks made me hungry. Dude, how do you think I feel? I'm hungry as well. Amazing day / night. Catch you later, Nya. Have a good one. Okay. So using that as a reference point, it's this gray here is outfit, that dark gray is the skin, the black, basically the black is the horns and the orb, and then the dimmer gray is the hair. Do we think that that looks right like that? Not including the fact that we're gonna do shading and everything like that. That's the latest thing. That's just giving me an idea of like how the volume of everything in every location is gonna work. Yeah, it seems right. Okay. Next question I want to put forward. Malith, design-wise, is very like purples and dark purples and blacks, right? By design. We see here. There's some grays to break it up and all that, but it's a lot of purples. Do we feel female Malith would also be purples, or do we want to try and have a color to juxtapose? Doesn't help as well that, like, when this is what, like, evil Malith looks like, and then what this looks like, it's like, man, female Malith, I think's actually eviler. I think she's gonna take over the world, while, like, our Malith doesn't actually care enough. Like, I could probably plaster the globe in here, and it would be, like, accurate. Is that the lore? Is that there's two Maliths and one of them wants world domination and the other just wants to vibe? Is that the lore? Have we got to be scared of female Malith? I shouldn't be making lore like that. No. Fear the female. Fear fem Malith. The scariest thing to ever exist. Me as a woman. Some shades of purple tending to red, maybe? Or just purple? Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, we could do velvety red, as, like, the core thing. Not, like, quite the red that this outfit has. Probably a little bit more popping. But, like, we could have red as its core coloring and have muted reds as a lot of the outfit. As a, like, again, as a nice juxtaposition, falling more into that, like, both of them have their regal aspects to them, but one is, purple royal, one is red royal, right? Like, red as in, like, very much the colors of revenge, evil, blood. Whereas purple, it's like, no, it's more royal, it's more, grandiose. I actually think that does work kind of well, right? She's cut like a red velvet cake in my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. But one of those, like, really expensive red velvet cakes that have, like, instead of, like, the white, the blacks. You know the ones I'm talking about, right? The, like, hyper fancy expensive ones. That it actually looks like they've used velvet to make it. I'm just hungry, to be honest. Y'all keep saying that. I haven't fucking eaten since yesterday. Leave me alone. I'm getting hungry. I don't have food I can make right now either. Y'all are fucking torturing me. You're cruel. Cruel, I say, cruel. Vans just wants a coffee and a breakfast, man. I have ice cream, I'm not afraid of using it. I could eat like a quarter of a tub like without stopping right now, and then probably another quarter with just a bit of slowdown. And I'm talking a 2-liter tub, because that's the tub that I'm thinking of. If it's like a Ben & Jerry's, I'm finishing the cup before anyone stops me. Red black velvet cake looks on point. Yeah, no, I'm thinking red black velvet cake is the actual, like, color scheme we've got here, right? Okay, so it's also interesting because if we think about the other design, I'm gonna keep like looking at the differences. We've got like the fluffiness of like the collars and like the collar and the his collar and the what are they called again? Cuffs, right? Which, admittedly, this design, I actually kind of like the fact that I've pushed it up further in the arm, because this kind of goes back to what the original thing had. I like the fact that that's there, and we're just not wanting to do that here. Like, it feels like we want it to be so much more, like, lean. I made homemade pizza. Why do y'all keep talking about food for torture? This is actual torture at this point. Y'all are cruel. At least share. I want food. Get me fucking hungry. Alright, so with that being the idea, I'm going to use refer to selected layer on the coloring. So if this is the purple we use here, wrong one. It's got to be like a vivid red, right? It's not rosy red, not pink. Not quite that. What if I just quickly this? Speed the process up a bit. So that works off of the idea that we've got with the darker and the more vivid. That's getting dangerous. So let's pull the... Oh no, what have I enabled? Okay, 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 okay. Let me take this. What if... Play from here. What do we think? We need some more contrast. I agree, we do need some more contrast. We probably need to darken a lot of these colors. Some more. Yeah, that's gonna look a bit better. Because what contrasting points do we kind of have with the... That's going to red. Okay, that's back to a bit more muted. Yeah, that pops a little bit better. So I do like the idea of this being red as well, because that follows that idea that the Malith has, where it's the purple tie, except we're not doing the purple tie and the purple accents there, we're doing purple shirt. We could make it a white shirt, but like I feel like then it's competing too much with the necktie. Right? Oh, that really makes the top pop. Or if I mute that color, but if I get slightly, yeah. Thinking white shirt. Okay, let's try this with a much like brighter coloring. You see what I mean? It just kind of loses a little bit of detail there. I feel like we could do something with it though. What if? No, that hurts. I feel like we could do probably just... That starts getting too close to skin color though. Red neckerchief? Ooh, that might be an idea actually. We do this like that, and then do... that? Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of my thought on it. Like, I like this. I like the idea of it, but I do think this makes a better imagery. I just need to find the right red for it. Keep in mind, we're going to have shading as well. That's going to really accent a lot of things. I do think having the black gloves actually adds a little bit more to it all as well. I do like the idea that it's a fiery redhead kind of energy, though. Creates a progression with the skin tone, accidental but very cool looking, yeah. Like, I actually quite like how this has come out, more than I probably should. Again, this is a very dangerous woman. This is a woman you should not be, like, getting attracted to, but god damn. You're toying with my feelings. Damn right, honey. I think also the other point that we need to make, and it's hard to show it really right now without doing, I guess, this. How do I do it? How do I do the split screen thing? That? Yeah. It's going to look better when you put these next to each other, right? Like, that's gonna be definitely when the design pops out the best. When you compare them next to each other, all of a sudden that's such a complementary design of what's going on, right? Like, you've got one that feels a lot more sharper and bigger, and then you've got one that feels more like agile and deadly, right? Like, obviously we also could probably toss in wings into this design, but I don't know if I'm gonna really be able to fit those effectively enough in. We might do that as a later thing. But, like, effectively speaking, these two would probably sit next to each other and you'd go like, no, these are designs that are matching, right? Mal's brain GPU is working overtime right now. Dude, I have to do so much right now. Gotta give me some credit. My GPU, much like my computer's GPU, is on the older side. You have to let it do its best. So yeah, obviously we do need to like darken the horns design. So I'll actually do a cheat and yoink right from the fucking older one. Yeah, see, that also helps pop it out a little bit more as, like, again, it's, I know there's things I'm not doing right now that I can do in the design that immediately make it become better. Like, that's why I'm also trying to go with darker colors for, like, the cuffs and the shoulder points on the dress, because, or on the outfit, because they go against the white on this side, right? Doesn't seem to be the case. That's kind of what my so the part of my brain when I was putting these when red was said was I'm going to take the same logical approach as what I did with the original Malith, which is like, for example, the hair. We have one brighter purple and then a dimmer purple around it. It helps that brighter purple pop, but it makes it as a cohesive piece quite nicely. The exact same we've done here on the female outfit with a brighter red that pops, but instead of going down, like going up, it comes down, which makes it create this much more flowing thing. Again, this goes to this idea of male Malith bigger. He's much bigger, all that sort of stuff, even when, in this outfit as well, he's thinner and leaner, which is what happens when he's getting more excited, more claw-like and all that. He is a bigger individual by comparison. Whereas I'm sure that female Malith is just this agile thing. Like, it's one of those, well, they are probably realistically in an argument against each other. Like, let's play a little battle out in our heads, right? If these two were to fight, I would say that red would be faster, but purple would be stronger. However, the speed at which they're both able to achieve is probably just obscene, right? It's a realistic thing. It's both of them are probably stronger and faster than the average, but one is faster and one is stronger than the other. And it plays on a nice idea between the two. Then it also, if we take that further, would adapt to their personalities. Purple would be more inclined to go do stuff himself, right? Again, this is very much my logic. Of, I will go do things myself because I am able to go do them. Whether I should or not, I will try and do it myself. As often as I can. Whereas red is more likely to probably find ways to turn something to favor, right? Little bit of old Malith coming through on that one. Again, world domination, just enjoying the vibe. That's the biggest difference between the two. And that's why I think the both of them having, again, going back to the point I made much earlier, both of them having royal colors works really well. Because you've got royal red, which is more blood red, more violent of a coloring, and then you've got more regal purple, which feels a little bit more like reserved by comparison. I like how I can explain through all of these details, and I'm actually quite happy with myself that, like, this feels comfortable to, like, I'm seeing the storytelling between the two of them. And we've not sat down and done a storytelling, we've just done art for them, and this is how they feel by juxtaposition of each other. I'm gonna give credit to a specific content creator for making me think a lot like that. Like, making me think better like that, which is, was that Sky something? He does, like, a lot of reviews of specifically, like, League of Legends skins, but he does a bunch of other stuff. And something that he actually brought up recently, and I really like this conversation, is a lot of the time when he's talking about like female warriors, he puts a bit of a complaint that they tend to look very much like hot babes and don't have any scars on them. Like, they don't feel like they're wounded. They don't feel like they're anything like beyond like this nice model-esque character. Not because of storytelling of how good they are, potentially, but it's less that, like, oh, scars kind of are imperfections, and we can't have that in the design. Imperfections add character, right? So what we've got here is we've got a situation where there's an argument, a valid argument. I could probably add scars to these characters, and in a sense, I kind of play around that with the male here. Is when he is at his most extreme, we actually see stretch marks across his face. Because his face is like almost ripping away at how intense he is. I'm probably going to do something similar over here. Is because it just adds that little bit more to it all. Imperfections and non-standard cleanup. Imagine thinking scars aren't hot. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. You put like a big tank of a woman in front of me and she doesn't have scars on her, I will definitely, like, in a design space, like this is a brawler, I'm definitely gonna question the fuck out of your design. Because it makes it so much harder to see, like, a bunch of scars over the arm. Like, let's be honest. In fact, this discussion has really sparked an idea in my head. What if we play around with an idea? So we've just talked about how these two are probably at odds with each other just a little bit, right? I think that's a valid point to make. These characters probably don't interact well with each other. While they are probably not quite the same honestly, we could make an argument that they're like basically a yin and yang argument, right? Like it would be valid to say yin and yang argument here would be a great way of putting it. You've got them being equal but different because of that. Now, what would be an interesting way of storytelling the fact that these two are antagonistic to each other? Congratulations, we've just added the only purple to the design. What do we think of that kind of idea? See, now I've just all of a sudden added a scar and it's made her, one, hotter, and two, added so much storytelling to these two characters. Now, there's also an argument to say that Malloth probably also has scars, but what if, right, or like, if purple has scars, what if we play around with the idea, and I'm gonna refer to them as purple and red for now, just because it makes it easy. What if, and this is an interesting logic point, What if all of the scars Red has ever left on Purple have been, like, on the body, whereas this is the only scar that's visible? Goes to show, like, a sense of respect, and then this was probably one of the last fights they ever had. I was doom scrolling in bed because I was a bit nauseous before somehow I ended up here. Fair enough, fair enough. I like the idea of that as the storytelling of it. Yeah. So the one visible scar. And it really just pushes them to no longer interacting. It's an interesting idea to play around with. Anyway, let's put you back into here. So I can move back here. And go back to this illustration. And we need to do a cleanup. Okay. See how much the character disappears, by the way, the moment we take the color? I always like that. It just goes to show that sometimes you do parts of the design and it adds so much to an individual's, like, idea. The identity of a character. Color means a lot more than people sometimes think. Oops. So I changed it. Wonder if it will be already updated. Yep, no, it updates immediately. How you doing, Yost? To be fair, the part that screws me up the most is I still remember your name just being empty. So you have to understand, it's a little bit of a throw-off for me. Like, I recognized the profile icon, I couldn't, pull exactly where I remembered it from. Can't do that here. I swear you used to have that for YouTube. No? Or am I remembering that wrong? Yeah, I hope you've been well. Been a hot minute since I've chatted with you. Oh god. This is the worst part about doing the cleanup stage. I'm not confident in my lines. How do manga artists do it, man? They just do that kind of flick one time and then they're done. I'm also drawing this in purple. Refer only to thing, apply to non-connected, change all. Damn, there. Remove that area scaling. Perfect. Quite surprised this stream suddenly showing up. To be fair, it's probably people you know watching nowadays, right? as recommended based on, like, what other people have watched. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Red and purple, but for Moko. You wanna send me that as an idea for later, Sweep? Always been subbed, of course. Yeah. You never know. YouTube likes to be weird about what it pushes and what it doesn't. I don't really care too much at the end of the day. For better or worse. I mean, to be fair, there's channels that are pushed to my, like, my private YouTube that I don't use for streaming, obviously. That are like channels from this stream. It's funny, like people that I've raided or people that have interacted with, and it's that's always an entertaining one to me. Catch you later, Hyper. Got pre-release for what I believe is going to be the worst set of the year. Oh god. That's right. That's tonight, isn't it? I think it's valid to say it's probably going to be the worst of the year. The only other one would probably be, Star Trek. I've got mixed feelings on the Star Trek one. I really do. There's a lot of reasons that I've seen as, like, valid complaints against it. I'm a huge Trek fan. Like, I love Star Trek, but yeah, it's a weird one in Magic. No, don't take that seriously. I just imagine them going bow bow. I was just more thinking, like, imagine Fuwawa and Mokoko in their, like, color schemings. That'd be cool. But I do like the idea of playing around with, dichotomy of characters. The funniest part is, this is one of those times where, like, God, it would be nice to have, like, another person I could do this with, but, like, nah, I'll just be both. Bugger it. There's no reason not to, right? It's just fun to play around the designs with it all. Nothing wrong with that. I really should do some more, like, cute art, though. I do have, like, 2 bits of cute art that I'm, like, loaded up and working on. But no, again, why the fuck does people not want to commission cute art? What's so wrong about cute art? Why is it all gotta be horny? Like, illicit content all the time, man. Why I cannot stress enough, I enjoy drawing for friends because I get to draw cute stuff. You know, while I say that, literally I'm being demanded to draw Narissa sexy styled, so, you know. I say demanded, it wasn't a hard demand. It was, I watched the cover and then I'm like, yeah, I kind of gotta do it by now, right? It's been too long. The bed is coated in 10 layers of tomato sauce, exactly. To be fair, I got in a little bit of trouble earlier. Yawa came by when we were talking about, like, if you had the ability, like, what was the thought experiment again? It's, you get paid $3,000 a month, but every 30 days you swap to, swap between male and female. You're not told at what time, you're not got any information on that, but it is just constant. And then on top of that, what was all the details of it? It's whichever you end your, like, end the time working as, for the working quotation marks, when you elect to stop, you stop as whatever gender you stop at, like you're as currently, and you cannot sign up again for another year. Would you take the deal? And I'm like, dude, $3,000 for an ability that I wish I had anyway? Yeah. Especially if we're talking USD. Even if it's NZ, like New Zealand dollars, I could live off 3,000 New Zealand dollars a month. Very comfortably. Better than I currently do. You think I wouldn't take that? I know very few people that would say no to that deal. Like hell, I'm ever stopping. Yeah, this is when I find out it's like 3,000, I don't know, yen. Like Japanese yen, it's 3,000 Japanese yen. And I'm just like, ah, cool, thanks. That's not enough to even live off for, like, lunch. Like, I could get I could get an okay lunch with about 3,000 yen. Not a great one, but I could get a lunch. But yeah, it's like, it's clearly intended to be like US dollars, and I'm like, dude, 3,000 US dollars is... I would be able to even consider buying a house with that kind of level of money. Like, that ain't a small amount of money in New Zealand. Because what's the conversion rate nowadays? It's like 40 cents to $1? They're different now. USD to NZD. Is it 40 cents or 70 cents? To be fair, I haven't looked since someone decided to start mucking around with tariffs. You know, not getting political today. Let's see. So, $1 US is $1.67 here. That doesn't tell me what I was looking for. I need to swap these around. Yeah, 60 cents to $1. Okay. Yeah, so New Zealand dollar is 60 US cents. So it's 60% difference. Or a 60% thing. That's nuts! That's a lot of money. I say all of this while drawing like a female version of my fucking character as well. It's great. Oh yeah, Matthew, you weren't here when we were doing the colors, right? You want to see what we've decided to do with the color difference between the two characters? Okay, give me a second because I need to hide this layer, obviously, for it. So this is what we've kind of like tested out with as an idea. Is that instead of the darks and purples, we went with, and like the white collar and all that sort of stuff. For a juxtaposition of it. The only purple on the design is in the scar. This is fully gone to like the design of, this is someone that's gonna make me make some very bad decisions. So male is Vox, female is Alistair, hell yeah. I mean, like, the idea was that I, like, again, this is the beauty of when you're doing designs like this. We're playing around with it a bunch. And we came to the kind of decision of, like, let's try red as a juxtaposition of the coloring. I did the coloring scheme similar to how I did the Malith designing, or like the purple Malith designing. But, like, obviously with reds is the logic behind it instead. And when we'd done that, it felt like when you put them next to each other, Malith is bigger and broader as a design. And, like, the purple is bigger and broader, and red is much more, like, angular and flowing, right? Especially with the fact that the hair is down instead of up and stuff like that. As well as, for whatever reason, this design, when sketched up, does look like she's gonna take over the world, right? Like, that's world domination right there. This is a guy that's just gonna probably stab you in a back alley, for whatever reason. But, like, that's world domination. So we played around with the idea of what if there's an actual difference in personality between these two. We've got, wants to kind of go around and have his fun, just kind of vibe, energy, and then one that wants to take over. And which means that they can have conflicts. If they have conflicts, there's obviously got to be a situation of why do they don't end the conflict guaranteed each time? Well, because while purple would probably be stronger, red would be faster. They would probably be, overall, quite an even fight. However, imagine if one time an attack got through, and welcome to, yeah, the only purple in the design. So, ironically, while we've got two of the same character, just the gender bend, we've now given it a whole story of it's more than just that. It's, this is what happens when you invert, like, a little bit more. And it's kind of fun. So, arguably speaking, red is, again, just kind of calling them by the core color. Red is probably just actually more evil. And if it's wondered, like, why I even was playing around with this idea today, I've talked about this a little bit already, but, like, the idea kind of is, whenever I play around with the design like this, where I get to play with the other one a bit, I tend to come up with more ideas on what I want to do with the other design, right? And it helps cement ideas that I would do. So now, because of this, we've got a bit more of a cemented idea in my head of what Purple's gonna do, which is Purple is going to be sticking to the broader side of things, but he's going to definitely be more hands-on and casual. Red is lawful evil, Purple is chaotic neutral, which is what I'm hearing. Probably an accurate way of putting it. Right? Like, Purple will go and see things and like not involve himself in things, but he's like just there to see it all happen and vibe and do his own thing, enjoy his journey. Red's like, no, that's not how that works. We've got to take over. Right? We've got to lead them to a better world. I like the idea of playing around with that as a little bit of a storytelling for the characters. Because in a sense, if you're knowing me well enough at this point, let's see if I can do. Red's basically what I used to be like. Is a little bit more subvert and would be less about getting their own hands dirty and getting people to do stuff for them. So yeah, Red is basically my younger self, more by design. Should be an interesting way of conveying the character stuff. Now, I'm probably going to make the eyes a little bit more extreme because, like, I do kind of want to keep some of the philosophy that I had with Purple come through here, where the more excited, the more, like, egregious some of the detailings become. But that's why, like, the mouth isn't going to turn into the ripped away sort of mouth by comparison. Both existed, Red's somehow older. I think it's just literally they were the same and then they split, right? Like, I'd like to use almost the logic of Kindred in League of Legends, right? As Kindred is very obviously a manifestation of the entity of death, but it is death split in half. Right? So we could make an argument Malith is 2. Or Malith was 2. Malith split themselves down the middle and took parts of... And what ended up is certain parts went to one and certain parts went to purple, some went to red. Red was probably the dominant personality. But that's the point. Right? As it was the dominant personality, but it was also, because you had these two conflicting points, it's like, How about, instead of conflicting with myself, let's just be myself, but 2 different ways. Which is why red's only going to turn up a little bit, whereas purple's going to be the main. So it does still mean that I can refer to young Malith being all of the things that red is. Because lore-wise, it's accurate. And it also, if we're talking from a purely story perspective, also makes it all that much more tragic, because imagine talking about basically equivalent to your sister being all of these bad parts of yourself that you literally got rid of. Like, what you consider as the bad parts of yourself. But, like, inversely, so probably does red think of purple that way. Like, in that nice way of, you're the parts that made me weak, it's you're the parts that made me wrong. We're writing a lot of lore today, apparently. Which also creates an interesting argument of why does red probably want to look more human? Because, like, I've just talked about how, like, the face isn't going to tear apart. But, like, also red's probably going to try and look more human. Why would she want to look more human? Well, I guess it's actually more the inverse argument of why does purple not care? And I think it's simply that. He just doesn't care. Caring's what red does. Caring about appearance, caring about all of the reasons behind everything. Right? Now that makes a bit more sense. Sometimes you need to work from backwards argument. Telling himself that it was a cool branch. Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, we can play around with that sort of idea really easily. Is that, I mean, hell, we could make as an argument is that these two still interact, right? What if it was actually red that was the one that took that? It's like red and purple was there. Purple's like, that's a really cool branch. Red takes it off and takes the apple off, gives the branch to purple, and then goes and, like, hey, I've got an idea with this apple. So red's actually, like, the more satanic of the two. Oh, does that mean we gotta do more, like, bat-like wings, maybe? Like, actually more demon-coded styling? Instead of, like, what purple has, where it's more feathered wings, so it kind of feels more fallen angel. Do we want to, like, lean more towards the draconic, demonic side for that part, and take the fallen angel and put that more towards purple side? Good thing I haven't done the wings yet, because I can't be asked right now. Maybe that's what we do. Like, I think that's an interesting way to take their story. Even more, like... Again, I like the idea of playing with these are two entities that are old as shit and have their own reasons and rationale for everything. And the charm is, and I want to stress this, while I consider Red probably on that evil side, is Red wrong? Red is the philosophical argument scenario, where it's like, which of these is wrong for what they're doing? Red probably wants to take over the world, but make it better. Arguably. Purple is going to let the world be what it is. Right, going back to that, lawful evil versus chaotic neutral. It's like, no, the world's in chaos. That's its own state. It's not me involved. It will be what it is. Whereas Red's like, no, we gotta fix. We gotta fix. Who's wrong? Order or chaos, yeah. It's a concept I always love playing around with in stories that I make. And this is a perfect time to, like, put that forward. What happens when you've got this is, again, why we say yin and yang is what these two are probably going to end up as for themselves, right? Is they're the yin and the yang of, for each other. And that's the charm of yin and yang, is it's order and, it's like, it's peace and chaos. Or order and chaos, sorry. One isn't wrong, it's just bad when there's an imbalance. And the problem is, Kami tend to be very susceptible to that imbalance. Yes, I know a lot about this stuff, because I'm a massive fucking nerd for this shit. So, in a sense, this is literally what actually happens in a lot of, like, stories, like with Susanoo. This is actually what happens. Susanoo's story is that, the yin and the yang got imbalanced and he separated. And that's why there's, like, there was chaotic storms around, the island of Japan. Of the Nihon land. And it also adds the charm of, like, what happens if one is actually truly without the other as well, right? We could always beg that question. Could purple ever truly survive without red? And inversely the same. There's so many interesting things. Again, such a cool lot of philosophical arguments and discussions that can come from these two's design now. That, like, encapsulate so much of what I like. Like, I'll point at, Persona 5 Royale, right? Specifically, it is actually Royale I have to point at for this one. Because there's the character that got added specifically for it, that is the third semester of the game, right? And that storyline was the definition of, okay, is the character wrong for wanting to put everyone in a dream world where nothing bad happens? I have now put a question forward, and I'm going to tell you now, before any answers really even come through, there is no right or wrong to this argument. That is the beauty of it. It is a purely perspective-based argument. I cannot tell you you're wrong in your belief with which you think it should be. Because there is no right or wrong in that argument. There is just the question of, again, going back to it, freedom, order, and freedom, order, chaos argument, right? Like, freedom versus order. Yeah, but like, freedom sounds great, but freedom allows for suffering. But also, suffering is what makes us better, what makes us stronger as people. Is it to the persona question? Fish. Yeah, fair. That's why I love that that debate so much, because like, I love it because you're not wrong. I just can't agree with it. And it's one that, like, it is probably one of the best gut feeling arguments there is. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much you discuss, you're probably still going to stick with your gut feeling on it. Do you feel that it's right or wrong? And that's why I say, like, I can give you all the answers, all the explanation of why I think perfect order and all that is wrong, but I can also tell you why freedom's wrong. Immediately in contrast. Welcome to Philosophy Talk with Malith yet again. On today's lesson, I'm gonna make you question sanity. Again. God, that face makes me feel things that I really shouldn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, this is the face of someone. What I'm hearing, Riz, what theoretical form of... I mean... I feel like that's actually not an inaccurate way to look at it, right? Is that, like... I'm not saying it directly, but theoretically, if someone like Red was involved, we're talking about a being of, like, cosmic level power. They would take the world over and just go, no, I'm enforcing this to work. For better or worse. But again, the reason why things like theoretical communism, like Marxism communism, doesn't actually work in a practical sense is because of human nature argument. It is a great concept when you're not involving basically difference of opinion, right? As a person wants to feel special, a person wants to feel good. They want to feel right. And these sorts of things counteract the idea behind what the Marxist communism is trying to accomplish. So why, again, it's a stressed point of it's a theoretically great idea if it worked, but it doesn't. We've never seen it in practice as well, either. We've only seen state-based capitalism or late-stage socialism. Very, very intensely different. But yeah. No, so I guess you could make that kind of argument. Again, I'm not going to try and formulate what Red's plan would be for the world, because I feel like it's a very slippery slope of design right now, where I'd be sitting there thinking about things that probably get me more in trouble than the design benefits from. But I do like the idea that it's like, no, Red's just confident. Which works, because it's Red. You know? Now all that's playing in my head is just the... And I shall go to the one last place that capitalism hasn't touched. Spies! Spies! To her, it would be, I will go to the last place that chaos cannot touch me. The fourth dimension! It's going up a dimension. The last place that chaos cannot reach me. Spy! Sorry, the way he says space will never not be funny. Do you guys want to do something really funny while people on here? And now will lead to, like, a hilarious bit. Oh, I probably should do this off stream, because I can't do my editing software on stream, because it'll crash. I was just about to say, should I just go get, like, the line of space, and then just toss that on? The fucking, like, some of the notifications. Sounds like something I read in the slime isekai novels. Hell yeah. Yeah, honestly. I'm so behind on that, Yost, by the way. I'm so fucking behind on that. Tell me, how far behind am I if I tell you the last bit of story I was at was the section of time just after they had the big meeting with the demon lords, and it showed the, like, holy knights or whatever the fuck they're called for the first time. Nothing more than that. It's literally that one chapter, yeah, after Walpurgis. That one or two chapters after that, where they just showed the other, like, knights and stuff alongside, the other reincarnated, woman. Like, that's where I left off. I know the anime has gotten further than that now. Yeah, when I read all of that, the anime hadn't gotten up to Walpurgis yet. %30 into the story? Fuck! So I'm really behind then. almost 20%. Damn. Or 25. I really gotta catch up, eh? That's wild to think of. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I guess it has been actual years. Like, I think the last time I read would have been like 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, I guess a lot has probably fucking happened since. Now here's the nickname of Chaos Creator, so that's what it reminded me. Of course he fucking does. Of course he... To be fair, he's like... Last time I checked, he was on track to becoming God. Like, our God. It's like, Demon Lord? Nah, we've overlapped that shit a long time ago. Power levels are like 10% of where they are at now. That's fucking wild to think about. Because, like, I'm not gonna say that they were really strong there, but, like, we were talking about characters that it's like, oh, you want to remove a nation from existence? Yeah, you could do that. Like, you cannot convince me that at that point in time, Milim could just go over to a country and remove it. And she literally did, actually. What the fuck am I talking about? That's literally the plot. Milim is still a menace. She has to be. It's, like, objectively her character design. I love Milim. She is one of my favorite characters. I'm gonna be honest, out of the main cast, it's like Milim, Diablo, Rimuru. I don't think there's any other that's like really popping out to me right now. Val. I gotta accept Val as an argument. Fuck that fairy girl. I hate her. Her literal summon is better. Literally nodding along. Yeah, to be fair, this is one of those like high-level anime discussions sort of thing, right? The Beltrees or something like that was the name that I think was given. No, it was something else. Rumors actually becomes useful. I'm not disputing that would probably be the case. But also, yeah, enough. Fuck that fairy girl. Just comes over and becomes an annoying asshole. Convince me otherwise that that's not like her entire story for a very long time. I'm actually a demon lord. That's literally your bit. That is all the reason you're here, is to just keep making the joke of saying, oh, it's actually, this is a demon lord. I mean, like me, you haven't done high-level magic discussion. To be fair, yeah. Dude, when are we getting Slime Isekai as a magic set? Actually, that would be fucking cool. Slime support win. That are older, and mostly everybody else is old as time, but still childish as fuck as weak. Look, I like Milim because Milim's design in character is like, she is childish because she is trying to avoid the trauma of her past, right? Like, in a sense, she never grew up because she refused to want to. Because it was, like, fuck that. Her backstory, fuck that, right? And I liked that. But, like, guy, while hot, not as interesting by comparison to me. Diablo I liked because, like, he very obviously had his own agenda stuff going on, and I liked that. His character became interesting for that. I also will not deny that Sebastian Roche is still one of the hottest anime characters of all time, and when you put a demon in butler attire, it's just going to invoke that, right? Guy gets a lot more lore and more dedicated chapters later on. I do know about that. I've been spoiled a little bit for that. Don't forget, Yost, well, I'm not going to refer to it all too much. I was the one that had to review everything you guys posted in that spoiler chat for ages. So everything you guys posted technically is in my head somewhere, but also I'm not going to remember all of it. Some of it went in one ear and out the other, and on purpose sometimes as well. Because I'm like, I kind of want to watch this or read this myself later. Like, Overlord, very heavily spoiled for at this point, right? Not a bad thing. I'm probably not gonna watch the series for a while, because it's not my cup of tea as much, but... yeah, don't forget that I did do my job. Or at least tried to on a good day. That server, imagine, yeah. To be fair, in the nicest sense, I did do some admin work still on a regular basis. I tell people to delete stuff and yada yada yada. It's just... I would stick to my channels that I was told to look after, and that was it. And then with... now I'm no longer have to, and it's really relaxing. Not to have to go look at a server I'm really not that interested in anymore. Someone did a dum-dum. And I'm not gonna put up with that anymore. But yeah. Oh, nobody, I vibe just being in it. Honestly, fair. Leave soon if it stays like this. Yeah. Yeah. I've talked a little bit about it on stream, because I don't want to, like... in the sense, because a lot of people from that server and other servers came over to my Discord server that I don't actually... it's not mine, it's Roger's, he just hosts it. And it's about this channel stuff. People came to that one, so I did have to talk about it because like so many people turned up from there, and it's like my brief statement on it all is just simply I didn't like what happened in the staff channel of it. I disagreed with something that got basically said, and I'm like, look, you kind of just pushed the last straw in the camel's back with this one. I'm good. I'm bye. I'm gone. I'm goodbye. In fact, you're one of the few people that can actually attest to exactly how that went for me, because you can see, you were one of the few people that could see exactly what I said. I left very soon after sending those messages because I don't want to stick around and have a discussion about it. I don't feel comfortable on the server anymore. I'm leaving. I had to deal with all of that on stream as well, which was really painful to try and do while also trying to prep for stream day. It has put me in a very awkward position now, because there is a sense of like, and something I've even thought about, it's like, kind of looks like I'm not profiting, but benefiting off the scenario, and I don't like that that's the case. Because that is actually a not, again, it's not an invalid way of looking at what I've done, but it's also not the intention behind it. Right? And it's something that I am very conscious of, is how it could be conveyed and seen. Don't fully understand just bad guy and owner defended bad guy and just cause a refugee crisis on the Discord server. It's... Look, the shorthand of it is 2 people really fucked up with a lot of things. One person proceeded to drop a Google Doc of the fucked up shit that both of them did. And then people kind of realized, hey, maybe they're not all that good, and everyone's kind of like, ugh. Time for 2 messages before I gotta go to the job and have to write something interesting and emotional into that. If there are no cops around, then anything is legal. Bye. Hell yeah, devil. I mean, what? All good. Catch you later. Have a good time at work. But yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I stand by. I don't want to say, like, oh, I'm neutral in the scenario. I'm not. I'm friends with far too many of the people involved, or at least on pleasant terms with far too many of the people involved to be truly neutral, right? It's not how it works. But I'm also, like, willing to acknowledge, yes, everyone has fault in this scenario. But I'm also not going to condemn a person for mistakes, because people make mistakes. That's part of being human. But in that same regard, I'm also fully entitled to go, I'm no longer feeling comfortable in the space, I'm gonna leave said space, right? You know someone screwed up if a Google Doc drops. I'm still really mixed on Google Doc scenarios. I still stand by my thing of, like, I don't like them, but I get why sometimes they'd be done, right? You can also just decide to be tired of it and not worth anymore. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the main thing I've said before is I was mod, admin, whatever, for that server for years now. And I'd like to say that in the time I was, especially when I was more active, I poured a lot of energy into it. And I'm not gonna lie, I just don't feel like what I put in is, by the later stages, what I got out of it. And not to say that, like, the friendships I didn't make there were a thing, but, like, again, most of the friendships I had from there, I either survive outside of that server or have ended before the server, before this time. So, there's very little for me to gain out of that scenario. Like, the main people I talk to from that server on a semi-regular basis are, like, Sheppy, and we just chat in DMs and shit separately. right? Like, we just talk. We just hang out from time to time. I randomly get a message of, hey, are you free to chat? And it's like, cool, right? Now, since the server's set up the way it is, it's more often that Sheppy's playing something and asks if I want to hang out while they're playing stuff. I'm like, if I've got the time, sure. No reason not to. I was there last night, which is why I did the horrific crime of the Narissa laugh thing. Which I honestly both cannot apologize enough and genuinely don't feel like I can ever be forgiven for, so I don't really care at this point. It's funny. Been there 8+ years, but the valuable thing I got out of it still exists without it, and the server itself has kind of become worthless. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's exactly what we're saying, right? It's like, it's the server itself is no longer where things are. And the server itself is just hosts things that I don't think any of us and it's why I stress, like, the part that hurts me the most with it is that I did sink not just, like, time into it, but, like, work into it. I was the last person to rewrite the rules up. I worked very hard on the organization of the server itself, like the channels, where they are, what they do, all that sort of stuff, and I just don't feel like that feels worth it at this stage. Do I regret it? No. Again, I made invaluable friendships from that place. But God knows I am more than content leaving it alone now. Say invaluable, I still yell at some of the people that give me money that from there. Again, another person that Yost immediately probably knows who came to mind with that. Tell me I'm wrong. Man needs to fucking have tighter purse strings, I swear. Look, as long as he's happy and he's not jeopardizing himself or others, I don't care, but still. That's why I don't accept donations so happily on stream, even. My brain doesn't allow for that concept well. Responsible for about 29% of the donation, but yeah, pretty much. There's honestly, some of y'all have spent far too fucking much money towards that. The Gur, yeah, the Gur. The Gura, what? Wait, Gura? No. To be fair, I feel really bad that I technically need to extend that bar now. Because I talked about that before, right? Hey, you wanna hear something really depressing? Guess what the last 3 PC parts for my PC build are? One of them I was like, it won't go up in price. It won't go up in price. It's only like $200. I want it known, the last time I purchased like a large piece for it was the motherboard, and I did that at Black Friday sales, and I was like, I looked at RAM at the time and going, no, I won't get RAM because it's not gonna like jump up. Literally a week later, it's up by 270% and it's still fucking rising. And I'm like, I hate myself so much. So keep in mind, while that bar says 79% of the way there, out of a $5,000 PC, basically, we're not got only 21% left. Fuck. Yeah. I have to keep trading like ideas around for the parts that I'll get because I need to try and find the cheapest version of things but still give me the stuff that I want. I'm already kind of pissed because this isn't the video anywhere close to the video card that I probably want to get because I want to go rebar shit, right? The auto AI rebalancing sort of thing. It's gone down by 10% this week. I mean, to be fair, it's gonna keep going down slowly here and there, and then next year it's gonna come down quite a bit more, and then probably the year after that even more, because by then AI is going to, a lot of the AI bubble is gonna burst by next year. Like realistically speaking, just by how the like money's looking at the moment in that sphere. So we're gonna see that happen, and then with that being the case, like they're gonna do sell-offs as well, so parts are gonna come like third-party parts are gonna become cheaper. Yada yada yada. AI bubble, global recession time. Yeah, I mean, again, I think of it kind of like 3D. Right? It's like 3D movies became a massive thing. They kept getting bigger and bigger and grander to the point that we started seeing like the idea of TVs at home that had 3D in them. Oh my god, it's so awesome. Like built-in 3D for everything, and now you don't see that shit. Why? Because it was a bubble. It inflated and then it popped. And now we have like some places still do 3D movies, but it's not a big advertisement anymore. In fact, IMAX is arguably more of an advertisement window, and that's just loud. It's more than that, but the point stands. 99 Pro, probably a bit overkill for the budget. I mean, I think I've got something similar in my current one. But, like, it's not a budget build is the problem, Yost. Right? Like, you look at this. Does this look like budget? This was bought when this was fairly new. Like, this is supposed to be a new PC that can last me a good few years and can be upgraded relatively easy. That's why I'm sticking to only 2 16s here. Like, there's an argument to be made, even back when it was cheap. I was still gonna probably only get 2 16s. With a set price target as a budget build. I won't fully disagree with you on that one, but like, it's why I say, like, there's not actually a set target for this. It's just literally trying to find the cheaper parts that are still like good quality for what I'm trying to do, right? Like the video card, there's an argument there. Again, like everything here, there's arguments against it and why I could go for like way cheaper, but the fact is that I'm still running off a PC that has a 1070 in it. As a DRAM chip, yeah. No, like, again, I've mostly tweaked to the right stuff that I want, and again, I must stress, outside of those 3 parts, they're all sitting in a box behind me. Everything that's on that list is sitting in a box behind me. That's not got the price thingy on it still. So everything that's not the memory storage and video. Like that's in the box, that's in the box, that's in the box. That's technically underneath the box because it's fucking massive. And then that's in the box. The 1590 and have actually been a solid investment, yeah. So, like, that's why this hurts so much, because I want to get the PC built as soon as I can, but like realistically, money-wise, I should wait till next year. And it makes it so much harder to do the saving for it. Never DOA if you don't have the other parts to test it before return window. Oh yeah, no, I'm kind of fucked with that, but I've done most of the stuff with it all right. Like I have a bunch of people around me that still do PC building on a regular, so I have already like been chatting with them. That's actually why I chose that motherboard, because that was a suggestion based on what I had sitting there already. Financially, it would have been better if it was 3 days ago. Hey now. I mean, I could make that a argument all the fucking time. To be fair, I still need to write my will. I haven't actually written a will. It's one of those things that I should do. Keep getting yelled at by Noxie about that. At this point in time, my will's just gonna be Noxie can have my skull, I don't care what the rest happens. If anyone's wondering, Noxie collects skulls, she doesn't have human skulls. For fairly obvious reasons. Can I be in Father's Will? Sure, what do you want? I don't have much to offer, but... You'll probably have to manually come and collect it, because I have no money set aside for jack shit. So nothing ain't getting shipped. Just certain things kept from family finding them. The magic? Oh, you're gonna have to fight Noxie and Snakers for that one. Again, the magic's probably one of my biggest contention points, right? Is that thousands of dollars. My Kefka deck alone could probably pay for my fucking funeral. A refund to the viewer that gives you the most money? Don't say that, Matthew. That's gonna start a really toxic battle. It's like, yes, your donation is equated to how much I love you. That's not what it means. Don't think that that's what it means. Father loves me the most, so I win. I'm not gonna disagree with that, but like, also you have to understand that Noxie and Snakers get first dibs bias because they literally own the place I live at. And some of the cards in my collection are their cards, so it's just kind of one of those bets of, ah, fuck it, they can get most of it. I don't know what's gonna happen to my shit if I die, I'm gonna be honest. And with the fact that I could probably drop dead any day now, not a good thing to not have sorted out, right? Actually, speaking of cards, Chippy, you know what I could say? Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm kidding. What if I get your most prized built decks? I mean, I could probably give you the Kefka deck. That's my, like, super cancer deck that's worth 3,000 like, US dollars. Gotta wait for them, buddy, so I can send them. I keep forgetting. You're fine. You're fine. Bitches love my dick. Oh, you talking about the Kiwi ad, Yost? Oh yeah, they always love coming to my dick. That's why I make sure I use good dick sealing. Makes my dick look healthy and happy. I think I have a clip of you saying something similar. Probably. I said some really fucked up shit back in the day with that specific friend group. I know there's one specific audio clip that comes to mind. I'm not gonna repeat it because it's one of those ones where I'm like, damn, that was really messed up, but funny as hell in the moment. All I'll tell about it, no. Yost, all I'll tell about it is the back end of it is I'll give them a reason to scream. I'm not saying the first part of that yeah, you know exactly which one now. You're like, there's a good reason why he's not saying it in full. That's the first one that came to my mind. To be fair, I was thinking about one clip that I don't know if you have it anymore, of back when I did play Siege. I don't think you were in the group time playing with us, though. I don't. It's a good thing you don't. Matthew, I'm gonna say, it's, again, you know the jokes you say with friends that you cannot say in public or anywhere that you could be potentially arrested? Never played Siege, you can play with me. Yeah! Other guys recently sent some old Siege clips where I could hear you. Damn. I don't know, one of the clips I remembered the most that I still wish I had was, it was the end of a round, and it's just literally me flicking my head around and shooting through a wall and, like, one-bagging someone. Which was one of, like, my highlights of the times, right? Is how cheetah can I look? What the replay doesn't show is that there was a couple of bullets that went over my head and then I flipped around and just... The ones, it's in a night ago, 2 nights ago. Tell you what, Matthew, give me a second. Let's see if I can find... I think I'm gonna get the audio clip. Nah, I probably best just to leave it alone. It's just, it's dark. It's just dark is all I'll say. Some of the jokes I made back then were just, in heat of the moment, were things I would not repeat. And for legal reasons are jokes. That face every time. Makes me feel some things. Oh. You know, at this point in time, I'm expecting Sheppy to just send me a pipe bomb in the mail. It's like, it's been that long. I don't know how easy that would be to do, though. And I'm not saying to try it. Legal reasons, again, that's a joke. Man, this stream has been definitely on the like slightly touch and go side for most of it, hasn't it? I still feel bad that Yawa did actually turn up in the middle of a discussion about some stuff, and I'm like, yeah, it's fair. It's fair that you want to go. Then what? Nothing. Nah, what you need to do, Sheppy, is just come hand deliver stuff at this point. Still need to like get you to come around so I can take you out drinking or something. That's my true goal, my long-term one. Get people to come around so I can get an excuse to go out drinking again. I say go out drinking, it's buy a bunch of alcohol, sit in my room, watch anime, and probably just drink. What me and my mate do. It's fucking great. Here's the hydration redeem. We still don't have any of that, so... there is a little bit more water in my cup. I'll have that. Oh. To be fair, I'm now reminded all of a sudden of the fact that I haven't fucking eaten yet. Ugh. I haven't eaten since yesterday. I haven't had a coffee at all today. I'm feeling very tired. This is gonna be a great day. At least I have the benefit consume food. I don't have any. Eat pan? My pants would not be a good meal. Have a lemon? We don't have lemons. All of y'all suggestions suck. Grass and ass? You gotta pay for that. I mean, what? No, fuck. Playing Neutral Ultra Kill update, brain hurts. I still haven't played Ultra Kill. I really should. I really should. It's on, like, my long-term, I would like to try that game list, and it has just not happened. Eat misery. Oh, I've got plenty of that to go around, but it's not going to be very filling. Join me in Siege. I'm not downloading Siege right now, I'm gonna tell you that. Again, Siege is a game that you're gonna have to do a lot of work to convince me, or you're gonna have to pay me. Don't get me wrong, there's a temptation, but like, I'm not falling for temptation. It's like League of Legends, it's a temptation to play. I ain't fucking installing it though. Place blocks and shit in Minecraft, now that's really tempting. But that's not gonna also fill my hunger bar. It just literally called it a hunger bar without, like, thinking. Oh. Father, Siege, me, Narissa laughing. Alcohol. I only have a single beer. I don't have much alcohol. I have a single Asahi can, a 500ml can in my fucking fridge. I don't even know why I'm saving it. It's just sitting there. It's vibing, waiting for, I guess, the next time I have enough money to order some fish and chips and watch some anime for an evening. Do my detox energy. Awaiting your presence, yeah. I still really badly want to buy another bottle of whiskey. Like, I've been wanting to buy it for fucking months, and it's really starting to piss me off. Just really, really good. Come over, I'll share some pear-flavored vodka. You do realize how much it would cost for me to come and just come over, right? I can't just walk down the street. I fucking wish. Get some? Did you say get some alcohol? I have 75 cents in my account. I can't go get some. Learn to teleport, you know, that's fair. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm already in debt enough as it is. I can't go buy alcohol. How do you think I got this chair this week? I can't afford this chair. I don't have that kind of money. I think I'm not even kidding, by the way, with the 75 cents thing. Give me a second. 74 cents, my bad. 74 cents in my account. Yeah, 74 cents in my account. My entire bank account. That's including savings and everything, by the way. God, I love all that. It's got 20 cents. More than me. Damn. Dude, I love, one of my mates was like, oh yeah, I've only got like a couple dollars in my account as well. Shows me his account. And he's like, oh, just ignore the savings. Looks at the savings. I'm like, I fucking hate you. I have to spend my savings weekly. The fuck you mean you got like a few grands in there? What the hell? V does let me manage his stock portfolio, so like I can get revenge on him. No, I'm not gonna get revenge on him. Some of my money's in there. No comment. Yeah, no, I know what kind of jobs you get, yours. Shut up. The idea of owning a house is a fucking pipe dream to me. I still have to pay off my student loan. Because I give my savings to my dad or else I spend it. That's fair. I don't know if it makes me feel better, but it at least makes me feel a bit more seen, I guess. Oh, look, I don't want to dwell too much on money because, like, I just sound very depressing whenever I talk about my money. Self-employed, drawing pornography, sounds great until you have to look at your bills. I did literally have a discussion as well yesterday about, like, how it's like, oh, can't you, like, claim your chair as a business expense? I'm like, yeah, but that just gives me, like, a little bit of tax back. That's about it. Yeah, this is just a genius. Yoast is a hell of a special cookie, yeah. Unlike me, he went the right way around with data security. I mean, what? He went the way that pays arguably less, but doesn't get you wanted. Oh, Yost, there was a joke I saw the other day that I should have sent you as well, now that I think about it. Can someone go find it in the Discord? It's really fucking funny. It's a tweet, and it's just the guys from Top Gun, and it's about, like, security. Someone go find that. Really fucking funny. Can we eat Yost if he starts to brag someday? Eat the rich! Eat the rich! No. I mean, I could eat Yost, and then I could definitely get some money, but it's a very different kind of eating. Not in the Netherlands in 1672, yeah. I'm reserved, damn. Why is everyone I know in a relationship, man? Man's just trying to, like, get some money and suck some dick. It's not really a great way of phrasing it, but you know. Like, I gotta pay for my chair somehow, okay? The ass is the one that broke it, the ass is the one that's gotta work for it. Ass is never meant to be in a relationship. To be fair, I ain't getting in a fucking relationship again. That shit's not good. Or at least not for a very long time. But we don't need to trauma dump today. She'll be right. No, old man wants to stay alone for a good little bit longer. Trauma dumping night win. God, that's gonna be a long stream. To be fair, that's like every other dev stream and or art stream. Just get me on the topic, it happens anyway. I am very open about my times and experiences. That's why I think far too much of my sexual past has been known by the stream at this point. Or better, or there's a reason why Matthew refers to the bonk stick for a reason. The bonk bat. And also, again, I draw pornography for literally my livelihood. I say that it is also IT comm work, but that's a different argument. No, IT comm work sucks complete ass. Because to anyone that, like, okay, I don't know if Yoast even knows about this. Do you know what, commission-based IT work, what happens when you submit early? So this is a little look into, like, the pain that I'm having to deal with at the moment. Because I'm having to rush work because I need to fucking feed myself and survive, right? If you rush a project, and it's not rushed per se, but it's submitted before the expected date, depending on the case scenario, they can actually just pay you less, which is what's happened a lot for me. Is I've done something that's like due in 3 weeks, or like it's a month or two long project. I've done it in a couple weeks. I submitted it and they're like, well, we're not prepared for it, so now we're gonna have to sit on it for ages and all these sorts of things. So now it's like additional cost per thing. Paying per project, paying per hour. Well, it's paying per project, but it's submitted in a way, like it's submitted early, so they pay you less. It's basically what happens to me a lot at the moment with IT comms. Because, like, I'm just trying to churn them out so I can fucking eat. Valuing someone taking longer or valuing the work. Yeah, it's kind of... It's a really shitty thing. And it's really annoying, but I can't do shit about it because it's like... If I do it in the speed they want it to, which is what I used to do, more... Yeah, I'll get the full pay. There's no problem. In fact, I'm normally done before the thing. I just don't submit it too early. For this exact rationale. But that's not how that works when you that fucked up with stuff. Now, art, very different. You submit art early, you get paid either the same amount or more. But, again, little thing that I will actually open up on about, as much as I talk about the art stuff a lot, that's actually not as much of the work that I do. Most of the work I do is IT comms. Or, well, I can't actually say for what. It's just, I freelance as a IT person. Do 8 hours of work in 1 to 2 hours and then stall all the time for the rest. Yeah, that's kind of the case. I mean, I don't think I told you about this, Yost, but one of my mates that got a job not that long ago was for a company that straight up didn't know what they were fucking talking about. So they gave him a task list, and he's like, oh, okay, when do you want this done by? So, oh no, these are the jobs that we've hired you in for the contract, of like the ongoing contract. And then it's like, you mean the like more or less multi-year contract? And it's like, yeah. He flicked me like a shorthand of the list. Fucker, I could do that in about a week. This man's getting to, like, get paid handsomely. And he gets bonuses for whenever he completes the tasks. And because of, like, how effective he's been, quotation marks, he's being really slow. They keep giving him more tasks and they keep pushing out the fucking contract. And it pisses me off. How the fuck did he get that? I could... Why the hell? Fuck, I could literally spend like a couple hours a day and be like thousands of dollars up. I hate that man. I hate that man with a burning fucking passion. I know he doesn't watch my stream, so I'm very comfortable saying all that. That's how I got hired as well. They showed me a timeline of the projects during the interviews, and I straight up told them they were wrong. Yeah. he didn't tell them they were wrong. He just fucking did it because it was he was basically the only applicant. Draw furry porn? You think I don't? I mean, do you think the biggest amount of the money I make comes from of art? The fuck? Your bank, yes. I don't get it often. Again, art comms don't come in frequently because I'm not highly advertising and shit, right? And I also don't like advertise over on this end because I don't want my pornography art to intercede with the streaming because I would prefer that to not be my brand. I'll be honest. It also doesn't help how often I probably do art for people that I know without, like, thinking about the money. I'm gonna change the mood to something more positive. I got half the cards for your silent deck. Hell yeah. I'm excited for that deck. I'm hoping that the weird dragon reanimator works out well for you. Because it is a cool idea. I cannot stress enough. I fucking love it. I'm excited for what now? What? That? What? Scion deck is what I was talking about. The reanimated dragons that Matthew's working on. It's Magic the Gathering talk, yos. Don't worry. Scion of the Dragons, I believe the commander from memory. What did you think I said? I'm curious now. Really excited for that deck. Of course I am. I love decks. Sounds really bad. God. Look, yes, haha, funny, the Kiwi accent. I know. No, the Scion deck is going to be really interesting. Let's see. I'm also excited. In front of my salad. To be fair, it adds texture and taste. Oh god, nah, the fucking look I got the other day when I said something from Noxie. Ordered some drinks for us from like a tea place, a bubble tea place, while we were having lunch. And one of them was coconut. And the look I got at one point of just like her mentioning the coconut is of a very of a texture I'm not so happy with, and I'm like, I don't mind it. And the fucking look of just, yeah, I fucking bet you do. Which I just respond with the old, but sir, it was like, what is it? It's glucose based, but sir, it doesn't taste sweet. That's because it's touching the back of your throat, going past your tongue. To anyone that knows what that's referencing to, plot twist, it's not coconut. No wonder I enjoyed the drink so much. Reminded me of the good old days. Okay, I'm just hearing the neighbors yelling. Don't mind. I think they're yelling at a dog. I'm not gonna get involved. It's about half complete. Yeah, I gotta get all the creatures for the deck already. Yeah. I mean, have I shown any of my recent decks that I've done? The vodka sucks ass. Was it Peach, right? Peach Infused or something? That sounds... Where is... The Ultimatum deck is the last one I was playing around with that I got way too many cards for. Why have I not logged in? Okay, well I guess I got to log in really quickly. Architect logged me the fuck out? Some bullshit. I think this was the password. No. This was the password then. Hey! Yeah, this was the last one I was playing around with that I've got way too many of the cards for just sitting around. Good old Riku. I just like the idea of this, because this seems like a funny Spellslinger deck that's, like, very different. Because I'm spellslinging not for spells, but for just dumb energy. And it means that it's less about the spells being cast and more about just the action of casting spells. The modal Spellslinger, yeah. I thought this was a fun deck to play around with, the idea of. Like, I have this card. It's in my drawer. I own, again, a lot more of the cards for this than I was actually expecting. I think there's a few more that I own that I just have to find in my drawer. But this is the current one that I've just finished that I'm working on. I need to refresh the page so it actually knows that I've logged in. Yeah. This is the last one I worked on, and I'm currently tossing up what upgrades if I'm gonna do any to it. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, I have this sitting in my drawer, Ominous Seas, and this would go into this deck so fucking well. Like, dear God, this would go so well into this deck. Wizard class is just redundancy. Wedding Ring will always be a really tempting one to toss in, especially knowing that there's a Doctor Who version of it. And Astute Command is just probably a solid bet as well, because I don't care about a lot of things that would target. Like, I can wipe my board of creatures quite happily. In fact, I'm actually really tempted to take out, like, the Tangle Trove Help, because the one game I've played of this so far, this just feels like a dead card in hand. Like, I'm not spending 7 mana to put a 6/6 down that I then sacrifice to go draw a card. I don't really care about having other 6/6s clues. I generate nowhere near enough clues to justify that as a valid argument. Or when I do, I would prefer to be just cracking my clues constantly. What else have I been working on? I did get one card for this. I haven't marked that off yet, though. Which was Bloodline Keeper. I did get a Bloodline Keeper in here. It's good for clue, but you don't make a ton of them. I do make it. Okay, it's kind of one of those things. I do make a ton of them, but I don't make a ton of them. It's inconsistent because the commanders aren't making them, but the rest of the deck does. Right? We've got Academy Manufacturer, we've got Ardix, we've got, let's see, you don't care, you don't care, you don't care, Erdwell, Illuminator, Ethereal Investigator, Forensic Gadgeteer, Lonus, Martha, Merchant, Morska. Again, keep in mind, this is Morska's pre-con, upgraded into whatever the fuck I've done here. Right? So there's a lot of cards, like, even this Nadir Kraken I could probably take out, I'm gonna be honest. Like, this for Ominous Seas would probably be the correct call. Psychosis Crawler, because again, I'm doing a lot of drawing. We don't have much sorceries. I could probably add... There's a reason why, like, the SGO command looks even more tempting. It's just having more sorceries would be nice. I only have 2 counterspells. I have an Aetherize. And a Disorder in the Court. Plus a Plowshare. Also, you know what's even worse about this deck? You ready for it, Matthew? You've probably seen it. But, this is also a Start Your Engines deck. This has almost every Start Your Engines card in these colors in this deck. Purely because I wanted to play this guy. Because I have the pretty art of him, and I'm really happy to want to play him. Because I got him real cheap ages ago. But we have, like, Starting Column, Racer Scoreboard, Aether Siphon, all the Raceways. This deck's terrible. This is actual, like, pre-con level power. Like, it is inconsistent and terrible. Oh yeah, I should actually mark this as actually owned now. Hell yeah. But yeah. No, that's why, like, again, Wizard class gets me some more stuff. It's not a bad mechanic, rather a slow mechanic. Yeah, it's really terrible with some of this deck, especially. Lot of Mercy, I took a nap. Oh boy, Bug, how'd that go? Was it a good nap? Probably not, based on what you're saying. I'm gonna cry. Draw correctly. This is why I just need to get a better tablet one of these days, man. What do we think? Should I get the mini fridge or the new tablet before after the PC's built? What do we think would be more important? It was fine, shoulder hurt. Yes, you're now like past your 25 years old bracket. When you sleep slightly wrong, the world has ended. Do you have control over it? No. Suffer. What tablet do I use right now? A Huion. I don't know which one it is, but it's not a good one. Like, it's probably easier if I just do this. Where's camera? This is the tablet I use. This is legitimately what I draw all my stuff off, and I have it in front of me like this. It's not a great setup, okay? We're almost twinning, hell yeah. I mean, like, I could literally, we do this. You want to see me drawing for a little bit and see the suffering that it is doing this? Webcom like that, been using it since 10 plus years. Oh yeah, no, this I've had for like yonks. I think it's nearly 10 years. It was like $70, $80 at the time. Because my logic was, at the time, I want to try tablet art. Like, I want to try doing digital graphic design. Because I've been so out of art for ages. So I'll get something cheap that's not going to be good. And is on the simpler side. So I can get an idea of whether or not I would like to commit more to it. And at the time, I was like, yeah, I mean, I could, but I'm not too fast. Now I'm like, I do this as a job. I'm doing this off a fucking tablet like this. What is wrong with me? Got an iPad last year and I switched around between the two. See, I'm not gonna lie, that has actually been a consideration for me as well, is just getting an iPad. Because it would give me a lot of, like, flexibility, but the pure reason as to why I didn't actually go through with it, especially at the time I was really considering it, when iPad 2 was fairly new and I had the money, was because I thought, if I wanted to have a mobile platform of work thing, I want a laptop. Getting a tablet competes with that. So getting a pure art tablet would probably be better. Abandoned tablets, return to mouse. Gonna go now. I have a question. I'm making a Stefan, a Morin progenitor deck alongside Scion deck, but I'm conflicted of making a vampire tribal or focus on the blood entering and second the value engine. Oh, I'd definitely say the blood stuff sounds more fun, right? Personally. Like, I've moved a lot away from tribal as a design philosophy for a long time personally. But that's, again, like, that's, I want to stress, like, that's how I tend to build decks more now. Because, tribal just tends to be the exact same, like, cards every time. It's like, you want to put in all of the good tribal stuff, and it's like, nah, just put in whatever works for the synergy. So I care more about a mechanical synergy than I do care about a tribal synergy. Have it ready to show off next stream? Hell yeah. I'm left-handed and I know I can get a left-handed mouse, but I'm too used to the right-handed one now. But I can't draw well like that. Did used to use the trackpad on the laptop when I was a kid. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not too dissimilar. Again, I have some art on my computer of when I would just use a mouse and keyboard. In fact, A-Sprite, surprisingly enough, I still use a lot of my mouse for. Partly because I'm dealing with, like, typically, outside of the bigger splash arts, I'm dealing with, like, 32 by 32 pixels. It's probably just easier to have a mouse for the targeting. I can't imagine drawing with a mouse most of my time, though. I gotta say. That seems rather uncomfortable. With some of the stuff that I do, especially. Like, I feel like I just lose my mind. I lose my mind with this stuff enough, right? Like, you can see how much I struggle with the pressure values, because this goes from 1 to, like, 0 to 100 really quickly. Oh, goddamn. yeah, Bug, have you seen the full piece for a while? I honestly really want to start coloring this so soon, but I've got to get the boots and the last bit of the hair done. Because I think you weren't here for when we started doing the coloring. But if I toggle this to normal, this is what we had for the coloring. It's inverted Malith. It's red Malith. And we had a whole lot of story development because of it. Where, like, they're actually very different. But it's a really nice juxtaposition of the two when you put them next to each other. It's one of them just want it's basically it's chaos and order argument is what we summed it up to, right? Is Purple wants chaos in the sense that he just wants to vibe, he wants to go through the world and let things happen as they happen and just not get directly involved, whereas Red wants to take over and make the world a better place, quotation marks. And so they fight, and the only scar on any of them is the only purple that's on Red, which is that scar there. And I really like that idea. It's a really interesting play around with the design of it all. Also, yeah, the red really works well when you compare it against that purple. It looks so nice like that. I like the idea you're coming up with them so far. It's the best part is we genuinely played around with the idea of doing it as red. And then as we were doing it, it became more and more evident. It became so much more interesting to put them as, like, characters that are separate from each other. Like, they've got different personalities. The loose idea we've kind of come up with is they're two halves of an original entity. Which is why Red, character-wise and personality-wise, is a lot more similar to old Malith, that I think is an awful person, and Purple Malith is more closer to what I am now, which is a bit more calm and casual and just let it go through and all that. But it means that it's still accurate to say that when Purple Malith would say, oh, back when I was younger, I was like this, instead of being like, well, then Red Malith is older, right? It's like, no, they were one and the same before, they split and let the two different personalities go their separate ways. And I think the other is the worst of themselves. Right? And I really like that storytelling. Because it is very much like Kindred off League of Legends argument, where it's like it's split in half. They don't want to be alone, but also like thought that... Imagine when you've got such conflicting thoughts that as a cosmic entity of some sort of power, you're actually like, you know what? I'm gonna let my two fucking opposing opinions just go their own ways. Can they fusion? That would be an interesting question to put forward. Like, what happens if the two fuse back together? Can they even fuse back together? I mean, surely if this keeps going for long enough, yes, it will. There's no way I wouldn't want to do an outfit with them two put together. That sounds fucking awesome. But it does beg that question. A third Malith, yeah. the original. All of the good, all of the bad. But I think it would be just a really fun and interesting, like, story stuff to play around with. I like doing those sorts of stories. That's literally, fun fact, actually. The name Malith, for me, originates from a character I wrote in a story called Maggiatero. And that story has been written fully, and everything is ready for it, aside from the fact that it is an animation series, and it would need to be animated. Like, the scripts are done and almost all that. Character designs, yada yada yada. And in that is actually literally the same sort of storyline of dealing with a conflict between let things just be, and you've got to make sure that things are doing the correct things. That order versus chaos argument. So most of the stories I seem to write end up with that. I like it. Charger, work for me, please. My phone's not charging again. Give me a second. To be fair, I could probably finish the stream soon. It's on 20%. I'd prefer to have it start charging at least, though. Yay, it's charging again. Cool. Whenever you have custom models, you could switch between the two. I mean, that's kind of the idea, is that, like, if I was to do this, I want to be able to have as much freedom of switching around as I want, right? Like, again, I cannot stress if I was ever given the power to just, like, change who I was for a day, anytime, I would. I like the idea of living different lives from time to time. So this is kind of a bit of an embodiment of that, in some regards. But yeah, no, it's interesting storytelling. Also, I really loved what Sweeb suggested for the outfit. Like, I cannot get over that. It works so well now, especially with the design we've got going. And I love that one of the discussions we even had for a little bit earlier was, why is it that so this is red as, like, kind of the amped up side that we've talked about with, like, purple being when he looks like what he does in the Dishonored stuff, right? Why is it that his, like, face is splitting apart and becoming off at the seams, whereas red just looks slightly demonic? It's because she is more caring about taking, like, what she appears as than purple is. Purple just doesn't give a shit. So it's again, the charm we had was like, why is red this way? It's like, well, let's look at it the other way around. Why is purple that way? And it became the point of, well, purple probably just doesn't care. Purple just wants to do his own thing. Does she still have pointy teeth? Look at that face and tell me. What do you think? Oh! Again, that is a woman that would do the wrong things to me, and I would be very happy. This again, better part of why we should keep calling her red is she's a walking red flag, and hey man, I'm a bull in a china shop. I'm gonna jump for that red flag. Not like Mallet chompers. To be fair, she probably could have Mallet, like, or Purple's chompers, right? It's just, again, hiding how demonic can be outside of the things. Why we even played around with the idea that maybe the wings should be like the bat dragon wings on red, right? Because it would actually make sense, and it would lead to a really funny point of these two were the ones in the garden, and they were still hanging out because it's basically brother and sister. They have their disagreements, it's fine. But it's like, Mal was like, I really like that stick. Going back to that joke, I really like that stick. Can I get that stick? Red pulls the stick off, takes the apple off, gives the stick to to Purple, and then goes, I have an idea with this apple. And it finishes off that story even better. Oh, sorry. Than it was before. My stomach is currently trying to throw up, and there's nothing to throw up. That was a lovely taste in my mouth. Okay. Then we've got to do the straps here. And then we've got to do the stuff here. How do I do these best? Probably going to be something like that. The corset. E, so that merges down. Then we take that layer away, we put this layer back, and then we start doing the thing of moving colors over to this layer. Hey, yeah, done that. there. It's easy to do that manually. But there we go. Stay safe and take care of yourself. Catch you later, the. I was about to say devil, duck. Same thing, right? My brain is so fried. To be fair, again, I'm normally finishing up by now. I probably should finish up very soon. I just wanna get the last little bit of extra done, right? And then that's there. Cool. Okay. Go for the horns. I just realized I needed to do the ear still. There we go. I just want to get this part done. We'll get this part done and then we'll call it for today after that. Because this is just, I just want to see what this looks like in the right context. Right? Who doesn't have that feeling right now? But yeah, we played around with a lot of fun colors with this, as you can kind of tell. There's a lot of really cool ideas that were coming forward. My eyesight is starting to go, oh god. Alright, we gotta speed this up a little bit more then. I just genuinely felt like my eyesight was just failing just a second there. You know what's even better part of realization? Realizing that this is basically a villainess outfit. I somehow managed to do it, guys. We managed to get villainess in my fucking stuff. Villainous coded. He's gonna be like gold. Look at that. Oh, it's so nice. Then let me just also this color out. Oops. Oh, that just looks so, like, that's a countess that's about to ruin your life. I kind of love that. That's not quite right. Way harsher. Yeah, it's a bit better. Not quite there though. We need. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need for the angle? Probably. Maybe I need to actually be. Yeah, it's probably actually correct, which means I need to make some adjustments to the eyes. Okay. Villainous red Malith. The eyes are going to be so interesting to do, because I feel like, because these are very based off purple, right? I'm not going to spend the time on it, like I said, I'm already kind of going to finish up, but like, we'll start off with that and then I'll do something more with it later. Alright. I've got to work on this so much. I guess I've got 2 pieces of art I need to finish by the end of today now, huh? We've got this one and then we've got the other one, the bug one that I wanted to do by the end of the day. It's gonna be fun. Alright. Well, I'm gonna go consider food, potentially. I don't have an answer for it at the moment. I don't know what I'm gonna do. We'll figure it out. With that all being the case, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Actually, no, before I finish, I want to double check. Is Yahweh still streaming? I'll send y'all that way. 1, is Yahweh still streaming? And 2, I need to remember to fucking type the socials thing. Looks like Yawa's still streaming. Cool. I'm gonna go raid Yawa and go pass out. So let me set all that up, and then we clear off for the day. Take a nap. I'll consider. Alright. Press all my buttons. Check all the boxes. Come on. Stop lagging out. And hydrate. I'll think about that, yeah. That's probably a wise idea as well. Look, I'm gonna be honest, food's gonna be a higher priority, because I haven't eaten since yesterday and I'm feeling hungry. And it's gonna upset me. So, I probably should sort that out. Eat you goober. Yeah, but food costs money. Alright. I think I started the raid. Alright. Thank you all so much for watching. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.